Aloha mai kako. Welcome everyone to beautiful downtown Hilo, Hawaii. My name is Desiree Moana Cruz. I'm project coordinator with Hale Aloha Ayau, an Aha Kani Foundation for the Advancement of Native Hawaiian Meals and Administration for Native Americans. Project Iwi Kuamo'o presents International Repatriation Summit Year 1. Hale Aloha has some words.
Aloha no kako. This International Repatriation Summit is an activity through our Project Iwi Kuamo'o. And our Project Iwi Kuamo'o, the title is Capacity Building for the Lahui Hawaii, for the Hawaiian Nation, in the fundamental responsibilities to care for the bones of the ancestors. The long-term community goal for this project is an enlightened Lahui Hawaii, an enlightened Hawaiian nation, immersed and engaged in its cultural values, beliefs, practices, and responsibilities. Our current community condition, unfortunately, is ancestral bones continue to be desecrated for development at home and continue to languish in museums abroad. Our project goal then is to improve the care and protection of ancestral Hawaiian bones and burial sites through training in traditional and contemporary repatriation and reburial practices. Our project objective is that by the end, it's a 3-year project, so by the end of 36 months, which is our timeline, 300 Native Hawaiians from 6 islands will improve their ability to care for ancestral Hawaiian bones by achieving competency in repatriation and reburial practices, including 1, ceremonial protocols, 2, reburial materials, 3, reburial platforms, 4, repatriation advocacy, and 5, burial sites management. This is intended to protect burial sites in place and to return bones from museums for reburial. That is our target. Our project outcome is the improvement in the ability to responsibly care for and protect ancestral Hawaiian bones. And our project indicator is achieving competency in repatriation and reburial practices, as I just stated. Des will now explain to you the issues that we have asked. We've compiled 6 experts in international repatriation, scholars, practitioners, good friends, committed individuals, and we have asked them to address the following 5 issues in their comments. So Des, if you could read those issues, Mahalo.
Aloha. Our esteemed panelists were asked to address these 5 points in their comments. So the first one is problematic areas on claimant side and the museum side. Number 2 is advice for new claimants based upon lessons learned, including examples where a museum said no to repatriation and then the answer changed to yes. Number 3, address ways to sustain repatriation efforts. 4, discuss traditional epistemology as compared to Western science in the repatriation process. And 5, efforts taken to decolonize the repatriation process. So our first 3 speakers today, it is my honor to introduce. And first of all, just name our 3 speakers. So we have Honor Keeler from the Cherokee Nation. She's a legal scholar and an artist. We have Dr. Timothy McEwen, who's a legal anthropologist, NAGPRA leader, and a NAGPRA Review Committee Vice Chair. And then finally, for this panel, for session 1, we have Hale Aloha Ayau, who's a Hawaiian repatriation advocate and attorney, a kumu and Hui Iwi Kuamo'o, Project Director and Project Iwi Kuamo'o. Haliloha, take it away. Oh, one more thing. Please hold your questions till after each speaker concludes. And so with that, it's my honor to introduce Honor and have her begin.
OCO, hello everyone. It's good to see you today. We're glad to be presenting panelists in this International Repatriation Summit. My name's Honor Keeler. I'm a citizen of Cherokee Nation and have worked in repatriation issues over the past 20 years, and specifically on Indigenous repatriation, international repatriation. I rolled off of the NAGPRA review committee here this past year, and will be presenting to you today on the questions that were asked of us, but focusing in directly on decolonization, as well as sort of answering the question of where we got here, how this happened, and traditional law versus Western law. Something that, and I've given this presentation a few times in different ways before, we must remember is that with every step we take, we walk upon Indigenous lands and that ancestors surround us. And it's important in repatriation, I believe, to continue to make those connections and to understand how Indigenous ancestors, funerary objects, sacred objects, and cultural patrimony left our homelands and ended up in international institutions. These aren't isolated incidents. It is the direct result of having our indigenous traditional laws persecuted, where Western law sought to take over Indigenous lands and exclude our rights as peoples. There was, as many people have experienced in their families, a government-wide effort to commit genocide, remove Indigenous peoples from the land, and steal children from families to re-educate children without traditional ways. And so the act of international repatriation, the act of repatriation, is part of restoring dignity and respect to Indigenous peoples, decolonizing these institutions, and bringing back our ancestors and cultural items. For my community, for Cherokee Nation, this began happening in the 18th century, primarily. Pictured here is one of our most sacred places, Katua, and our leadership fought against the taking of our lands and our ancestors in court, in diplomacy, by fighting, and many other ways. But one of our leaders, Corn Tassel, said in 1785, "Again, were we to inquire what law or authority you set up a claim to our land, I answer none. Your laws extend not into our country, nor ever did. You talk of the law of nature and the law of nations, and they are both against you." And today in international repatriation, we extend out and express the same issues that we were as Indigenous peoples in the 1700s as today. What occurred with this clash of Western law with Indigenous law was a completely different concept of the land and the laws surrounding it. So in essence, this extension of jurisdiction was meant to extinguish our laws and our rights to the land, and subsequently the care of our ancestors. And we assert today that these are still in place, and that this dignity and respect and the recognition of our traditional laws should be followed today. And some of these different concepts that came into play historically and today continue to, not only in repatriation, but sacred lands protection issues, are understanding land as an asset versus land as spirit. I'll just go over a minute what happened here in the East Coast of present-day United States. Our traditional homelands were in the southeastern part of the current-day United States, and an act was passed in the 1830s to remove Native people from the East out to Indian Territory. And my tribe, Cherokee Nation, fought this in a number of Supreme Court cases that ultimately gave rise to today's federal Indian law that existed. But a president at the time, Andrew Jackson, who I'm sure many people have seen on the $20 bill, sought to join with the Georgia militia and have us rounded up and moved out to Indian Territory, which is present-day Oklahoma. And the narrative that persisted on the East Coast was one of extinguishment, extinction, and removal. And as you see up and down these coasts and many of these historical signs that exist, they talk about the last of a particular peoples, and that just isn't the case. Unfortunately, what's come down also in the literature, particularly academic literature, tends to create generational myths of history. So for instance, the sign here talks about the last of the Lenni Lenape. Well, Cherokee Nation has a number of Lenape people, Delaware people, and the Delaware Nations are alive today. Something that I wanted to also talk about was how this happened, how our ancestors were taken, and you'll hear a lot of speakers discussing this, I'm sure, throughout the summit. But it occurred through the takeover of some lands. It occurred through explorers and trading companies coming through, natural historians, anthropologists, geologists, universities, federal and private excavations. Indigenous ancestors were taken from massacre and removal sites. Sadly, when our people were moving from our homelands to Indian Territory, it's become known as, I think, the Trail of Tears, the place where we cried. There were people following us who were taking our people who were passing away, and a large number of our ancestors perished on that journey. Our ancestors were also moved into medical facilities, museums, and private collections, and exchanged out with international museums over time, which I think you'll hear probably quite a bit about in our presentations. And all of this was done without our consent. And these are issues that come up in international repatriations today. This theft of our ancestors and cultural items became normalized in Western society. So as I mentioned before, explorers that existed and are touted in national histories, like Christopher Columbus was known from stealing from indigenous graves. Presidents such as Thomas Jefferson raided graves, and religious leaders like Joseph Smith. And it happened under a vast and broad scale injustice that was occurring to our people. It happened under duress. So I mentioned earlier the Indian Removal Act and massacres and war. There was also ongoing poverty and starvation, religious and cultural oppression, human rights violations, and addiction. So these are all issues that we bring up, that this taking of our ancestors and cultural items happened under duress, which comes into play when we're talking about free, prior, and informed consent. And Indigenous ancestors have moved outside of their traditional boundaries, outside of nation states, into other parts of the world. And these exchanges are important to know about and learn about in the repatriation process, because as we try to make repatriation claims, we have to gather evidence. And so a lot of that information is looking at archives, past archives, and past existing collections where our ancestors and cultural items may have moved, in order to get a museum to repatriate and bring home our people. Another question I think that's been asked has been, what was the Indigenous response? And you'll be hearing from wonderful people today who have worked in international repatriation, but this has been going on for quite some time. I just wanted to show you a picture of the folks that we work with in Australia and New Zealand, increasingly South American and African countries, and that and Canada, that unity, and that network is helpful to folks in repatriation, because I think a lot of times our repatriation practitioners, those who are bringing our ancestors and cultural items home, are doing it alone. And I was really glad to hear about Halle teaching and others teaching the next generation, because the more that we have people working in this area, the louder we become. Those efforts to restore Indigenous rights become more prolific, and we're hopeful that in future generations, we know that, I think with us, we may not see that as swift change, but we will see that change. Just a little bit about my own experiences in international repatriation. I grew up with folks around me who were involved in repatriation efforts from a very young age, and I saw what they were doing and how strongly they stood against impossible circumstances to create legislation like the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act and the NMAI Act. At that time, it was, we didn't have any kind of ability through the law to bring our ancestors and cultural items home. And there was resistance in the museum communities to getting those laws passed. And what passed has been phenomenal legislation for 30 years ago, and breaking that ceiling to ensure the beginning of the restoration of our rights. However, we are 30 years down the line, and I think it's important to continue these discussions and potentially pass further legislation that protects our sacred lands and continues to repatriate, not only for us in federally funded institutions, but in private collections, and ensure repatriation for all Indigenous peoples. Museums often ask, well, why should we engage in repatriation? And initially, we begin and we tell those stories, those personal stories of our own communities, our own families. But one of the things that I talk about is it's important to restore the dignity and respect to Indigenous peoples, and that it restores, it's a human rights issue, and this has been a historic and fundamental injustice that's occurred to our peoples. Repatriation also allows our ancestors to rest and to continue their journeys. It's a restoration of self-determination and free, prior, and informed consent. Consent is part of self-determination. We've seen more recent reports at the UN Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples talking quite extensively about international repatriation and free, prior, informed consent. And also fundamentally, it's the right thing to do. I repeat this a lot, but I've been given permission to share it. There's a woman who's Micmac. She's from the Micmac Band of Aroostook, and works in international repatriation. She's been doing so since the 70s. And I just love this quote from her. She says, "The plundering, exploitation, and theft of our ancestors' sacred ceremonial items and sacred places violate our basic rights as human beings. This practice was and still is used as a tool by the dominant culture to dehumanize us as a people. We as Indigenous peoples truly believe that the spirits of our ancestors watch over us. Every ceremony that we conduct is proof of that. When we raise our pipes to pray, it is they, the ancestors, that we ask for help. Now it is they, the ancestors, that need our help. When they take our ancestors and sacred items and put them in museums and collections all over the world, not only are they disrespecting the ones that went before us, but also the ones that are living today." I spoke a moment about free, prior, and informed consent, and I think that it's important to talk about how what's led, the injustices that have led us to this moment in repatriation, and the ongoing retention of our ancestors and cultural items is a human rights violation. And at the core of this is that free, prior, and informed consent was not obtained from our communities. It's not obtained from us today. And this is an important pivot point in claims that go in for international repatriation. Something else we often talk about in international repatriation is the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This UN declaration was endorsed by most other countries, and in repatriation, we often cite Articles 11 and 12. Colleagues of ours in Oklahoma and Colorado, Hawaii often say it's important to keep that UN declaration in your pocket so you can go and cite it whenever you need to. Another element of repatriation that I think is important to talk about is that it's not just an issue limited to museums. Our ancestors and cultural items as Indigenous people continue to be looted, and we have to work to end that. It's promoted, our ancestors and cultural items are sold on international markets, and There are efforts that are ongoing to potentially pass legislation to stop the movement of our ancestors and cultural items overseas. But part of the implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples also involves, although it's been signed and endorsed by other countries, they have to pass domestic legislation within their countries to recognize our rights. And part of that is repatriation. I think I have a few minutes left. There are a number of problematic areas on both sides. A lot of times repatriation, well, in the past, repatriation, when we go to international institutions, is this education of who we are as Indigenous peoples to museums. We often have to, talk about the history that's been involved that has reduced our rights as Indigenous peoples and try to push through. And sometimes those institutions do not agree to repatriate, but we don't give up. If there's a no, then we continue to go back, and Halle and his team have done incredible things in this area. Persistence is absolutely key in international repatriation. One of the things that I tell museums is it's important to be proactive and respectful. A lot of museums, historically, less so here in the US, but oftentimes abroad, particularly in smaller institutions, have not completed inventories of their collections. It's important to know within those collections where different archives might exist, so that the museum can do a report, but also Indigenous people can go to these archives and do their own research. Doing your own research is very important. If museums were being proactive, they would provide notice to Indigenous communities of the holdings within their collections. This occurs in the United States and federally funded institutions, but doesn't occur internationally. Museums often don't understand community needs, that responses sometimes, take time, and that communities may have to prepare spiritually. Resources may be limited for repatriation. Funding has been financially, finding the finances for international repatriation can be very difficult. There's often a long discussion about what free, prior, and informed consent is, and that consultations are ongoing. It's important that these are meaningful consultations, they're ongoing visits. Listening is important for museums. There's also often a discussion about, well, this museum wants to know what happens after repatriation. And we go and we say, well, the community, Indigenous community might invite folks in, and that might be their way, or they will not tell you, and there shouldn't be an obligation to know what happens after that repatriation takes place. Sometimes museums expect a gift or compensation for the repatriation, and we also go through and tell them that that's not appropriate. But some good things can also come out of repatriation, including museums sometimes want to develop exhibits about repatriation and decolonization, and that could be used by a community to elevate Indigenous voices and to educate the public. And what's occurred in those instances is sometimes other institutions in a country will come forward and engage in the repatriation process. Some institutions have also said that they will loan ancestors and cultural items back to communities. I personally think that that is not the best thing for repatriation, but sometimes that's the first step to leading to repatriation. And I'm sure you'll hear folks talk about what the process has been over time. And another issue that comes up sometimes is a country like the United States might start talking to another country like France, and an indigenous community is not having direct communication with the museum. And sometimes the repatriation process can take a long time or break down. So those direct communications are very important. On the museum side, some of the issues that I've heard about having some difficulties is sometimes the museum doesn't know anything about repatriation. They don't know who to contact or who has authority within an indigenous community. I often express that in the US, because of NAGPRA, a lot of those procedures and processes are already in place. Some tribal communities, museums know, due to their beliefs, may choose not to repatriate. Some indigenous communities may not be ready to repatriate, and some can't at this moment because of limited resources. How's my time? I have a few minutes, I'll just keep going. I mentioned earlier about the repatriation process. It's a little bit like detective work.
You have till 10.
I have till 10?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Oh, good. I can talk a whole lot more. The repatriation process can be a little bit like detective work and gathering information and claims. Sometimes indigenous communities don't know that their ancestors have been taken from specific locations. That happens in particular with my community and our surrounding communities in the Southeast in particular, because we've been taken away from our homelands. And so individuals, museums, universities, sometimes amateurs will go in and dig up our ancestors and cultural items, and they'll end up in museums, and we'll hear about this either through a network or community members who may be traveling and seeing our people in museums. And so we have to figure out how to make that claim and follow that trail, that pathway that that ancestor or that cultural item took over time to connect the dots and make the repatriation claim. And as I mentioned before, sometimes those archives may exist in different countries. So our people may have moved from one country to another. And that can be a difficult process to uncover. Another way of locating information is to talk to community members. Sometimes there's oral history about folks who came through a community, and we can start to track down people that way. Sometimes our ancestors and cultural items may be mentioned in old museum logs or a book, and then we have to find out where they ended up. So it's quite the process. It's important to stay organized. I recommend establishing a database and taking extensive notes. And these are some things that I have jotted down over the years that help to maintain a database. When I go for international repatriations, I'll take, well, I guess now my phone, a camera, an iPad, to take pictures of archival documents, my computer, a paper or pencil. Pencils are usually only allowed in archives, and you can't bring your pens. I guess your phone can now be a portable scanner, but I used to bring a portable scanner. Over the years, computers break down, so it's always important to have a hard copy printed out. Trust me on that one. Another thing to note is locations may have changed over time, their names. So for instance, Westchester historically was known as Turk's Head. Boundaries of nation states over indigenous places have also changed over time. And so those names may have changed. So it's important to note what they are and what they have been. Museums may have closed and their collections subsumed into other museums is also important to note. Usually in my databases, I note things like the cultural item or ancestor and how it's identified by the museum. I'll write down that museum's name, the contact, the address. I'll take notes on how that person is interacting with the community. I'll write down accession numbers, both past and present. So there may be accession numbers that are used today that weren't used historically, but you may find a cultural item, for instance, has that old accession number in a different location, and you can match it up and then match up the archives and match up the ancestors and cultural items taken from that location. I keep information on all the collectors and the associations of the collectors. So what universities or jobs were they attached to, or what historic anthropological associations, because you may find letters back and forth among institutions or colleagues that help you again track down your ancestor cultural items in different institutions. The donor to the current museum, past donors, the regions, associated archives, and additional notes. Another thing in international repatriation is requesting inventories of ancestors and cultural items. I've noticed that writing to museums for an inventory of your indigenous community's ancestors and cultural items is important, but it's also important to broaden that search. Sometimes that museum doesn't affiliate an ancestor or cultural item, or instead assigns them to a broader region. And it's also important to ask for unidentified human remains and cultural items, because you may be able to recognize that a person or a cultural item comes from your community, but that museum may have no idea. Like I said, it's important to jot down community histories. I talked before about the archive, but the archive is also very important in submitting your claims. It's important in the archive also to take word-for-word notes, photographs, and be prepared with a system for organizing information. Another thing that often comes up in international repatriation is this discussion of injustice, that Indigenous peoples have to prove that there was an injustice done. I argue that there should be a presumption of injustice. If our ancestors and cultural items are located in a museum, there should be a presumption of injustice that has occurred, that we shouldn't have to make these arguments to prove that our ancestor was taken from a burial location. Instead, Halle, I know, has argued this before, I've argued this, that the museum should prove instead that there was consent. And often, most of the time, they can never do that. So that's my presentation. My contact information is here, honor.keeler@anu.edu.au. if you want to get in touch with me, and I'll take questions. now if there are any specific questions, but we'll hold the rest of them until the end of the presentations. Thank you.
Aloha. Is
Sorry.
there anyone who has a specific question they'd like to ask Honor? Okay, then we're going to move on. Mahalo nui, Honor, for that wonderful presentation. Really
Whatever-
great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
At this time, we'd like to introduce Dr. Timothy McKeown, legal anthropologist and a NAGPRA leader. He's also a NAGPRA Review Committee Vice Chair. Aloha and welcome, Dr. McKeown.
Thank you very much. Greetings from the beautiful snowy mountains in Eastern Australia, the traditional lands of the Ngarigo and Malgal people. And I would like to acknowledge their ancestors, past, present, and emerging. And also greetings from tomorrow. It's Saturday here. When I first got the invitation, and thank you, Mahalo, for the invitation to participate in this wonderful session. When I first got the invitation, I was sort of, I looked at the questions and I think I have some things to offer on there, but my general way of dealing with repatriation is as a policy issue. I served for 30 years with the Department of the Interior. Part of it was working on implementation of our repatriation laws. So I look at policies and laws as what kind of tools they provide. And what I would like to start off is decidedly non-international, but more domestic, to see what kind of tools we are used to as Americans, as Native Hawaiian organizations, as Indian tribes, and how those tools have helped us achieve some things over the last 30 years. And then I want to segue into the international context. And I would sort of propose that most international museums, most foreign museums are aware of our laws and they know those concepts. And I think some of the concepts from our domestic law is useful in helping to deal with international museums. But in many ways, when you deal in an international context, you're dealing with repatriation without a net. Here, the law provides the base that museums are required to respond to. The museums there may have their own domestic laws, but they're different than ours. So I think it's important to recognize the kind of persuasive possibilities that our statutes have internationally, but also acknowledge that that in foreign countries, they can either accept them or not. So if I could share for a moment. I just wanted to go through a few slides of some of the various provisions of our statutes, and there are basically four that are outlined in the National Museum of the American Indian Act or the Native American Graves Protection Repatriation Act. Oops, I started too early. One of the provisions is decidedly domestic, and this is the one that deals with what the statute calls ownership of Native American human remains, funerary objects, sacred objects, objects of cultural patrimony that are excavated or discovered on federal or tribal lands. And obviously, the issue of tribal lands in Hawaii is a unique one. I don't think we need to get involved in that here, but I think the pattern that you see here is over the last 30 years, there have been a number of these discoveries that have gone through this process. There are highs and lows of how often it happens, but in general, it's sort of a constant thing. They're always in construction activities on federal land, they're always finding human remains and they're always having to go through this process on those. Second provision of the statute is not a civil provision, it's a criminal provision. And it says that no person may buy, sell, use for profit, or transport for sale or profit any Native American human remains or any Native American cultural items obtained in violation of the act or obtained without right of possession. And you can see over time, this pattern is different than the excavations and discoveries. There were a large number of convictions and cases early on in the process, up till about 2008, 2009, and it's become much more sporadic after that. And I would contend there's a couple of reasons for that. One is in terms of enforcement activities, where the Department of Justice and the agencies are putting their enforcement money. I think since 2010, actually earlier, they started shifting money away from these kinds of crimes and more towards international terrorism. So that has affected the type of enforcement of these provisions. But there also is, you see that red spot there, that's actually a not guilty verdict. And that has had a chilling effect on DOJ going forward with prosecuting these cases. So there's been some discussion that this particular piece of legislation needs to be amended to help deal with that. The other piece, which has a decidedly international component to it, is starting in about 2012, the market shifted. And particularly as it applies to Native American sacred objects and objects of cultural patrimony, the majority of those cases prior to that date were prosecuted primarily in Arizona and New Mexico. That's where the market was. And after that date, many of the sales that occurred shifted to France, so that objects were being taken out of the Southwest and out of other places and were winding up in auction houses in Paris. And there is one provision under our statute, criminal statute, that specifically applies to transport for sale or profit as part of one of the elements of the crime, but that's never been charged here. But this is a gap, I think, and there are current provisions before Congress to try to deal with this. One is called the STOP Act, that provides an opportunity for a requirement that if anyone wants to export any kinds of the objects that would be covered both under NAGPRA and under the Archaeological Resources Protection Act, they would have to have an export declaration in order to export it from the United States. Many other countries have those sorts of provisions. Australia does. Many other countries do as well. The US has always been very reluctant to do that. But I think because of this Paris auction situation, there's been renewed interest in trying to do that. I know the STOP Act in the last Congress, I think, passed the House, but didn't pass the Senate. It's currently before both houses now. We'll see if it gets through this year. Then we have the third piece, which is the repatriation part of the statute that I think everybody is a little more familiar with. This applies to any museum or federal agency that has possession or control of Native American funerary or human remains, funerary objects, sacred objects, objects of cultural patrimony. This has been in effect for 32 years now. And you can see that one of the things that this provided to Native Hawaiian organizations and to Indian tribes was there was a requirement that all of these entities provided summaries and inventories of their collections to the tribal and indigenous entities. And that opened up this process so that you knew what they had. That doesn't mean that everybody did that, but the majority did. So it made it a much more level playing field for all people concerned because you had an initial idea of what was in the collection. This also provides standards for making decisions so that if a group that makes the claim has standing, that is, they're either a federally recognized Indian tribe or a Native Hawaiian organization as recognized by the statute, and they claim an object that is in one of the protected categories and can prove cultural affiliation, a relationship of shared group identity between the claiming group and the object, then the museum or federal agency must, by federal law, repatriate them unless one of three exemptions apply that are specifically outlined in the statute. One is in case of multiple claims. And obviously that comes up on occasion where you have competing claims and that will hold things up. The second one is if the object is needed for completion of a scientific study of major benefit to the United States. It's really clever phrasing in the statute because by looking at that, it's not the museum or the federal agency that's determining that the study is of major benefit. It's the United States. And the authority that would obviously do that would probably be the Secretary of the Interior. That has never been invoked, ever, because the standard is so high. The third exemption is if the museum can prove they have what's called right of possession, which means that they can prove that they got the object fair and square and with the full and open consent of the original party. And that is a very hard thing to prove. And I think helpfully the burden to prove that is with the museum because they're making this contention. So they have to show beyond a reasonable doubt that they have that right of possession. While I did mention that piece about major benefit to the United States in terms of scientific study, I think one of the things that we've probably gotten used to in the last 30 years in dealing with NAGPRA and the NMAI Act is because of the way the statute is written, it has essentially stripped out the scientific argument because the statute specifically says with human remains and funerary objects that the statute cannot be used to authorize new scientific studies or the collection of additional information. That doesn't say the museum can't do it, but it says you can't use NAGPRA as the authority for it. And that provision was put in by the museums when this was all negotiated, because they were worried that repatriation was going to bankrupt them if they were required to do additional studies. So they put that provision in there. And then if you have an ongoing study, it has to be shown to be of major benefit to the United States. Otherwise, you have to repatriate immediately. So it's made it a very insulated environment that we function in terms of scientific arguments, that once you go abroad, that's no longer there. So you're going to see those scientific arguments much more prominently outside of the United States than you are inside. Lastly, the National Museum of the American Indian Act. It was passed the year before NAGPRA. It's structured in a different way. because it was early on in the process. So the NMAI Act initially did not include sacred objects or objects of cultural patrimony as a requirement. That was an amendment in 1996. It also, NAGPRA requires that the museum, when they do their inventory, have to determine cultural affiliation, that the remains are either affiliated or not affiliated. And the NMAI Act does not do that. The NMAI Act only requires that they do a list. And there's no deadline for them to complete the process. And if you look down in the lower left-hand corner, you can see that the number of cases they have resolved over the last few years is actually quite small, considering the about 13,000 individuals they still have in their collections that they have not completed the process on. And this, I think, in terms of delaying the process because you don't have a firm deadline, is something that is alien to NAGPRA, but is built into the NMAI Act and is very prominent overseas. NAGPRA has had impact in other jurisdictions as well. And I think one of the most prominent ones is with the UN. And Honor talked a little bit about the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The repatriation provisions of the declaration were put in there after NAGPRA passed, and they reflect, I think, some of the language from NAGPRA. And this I'm just going to read because I think the language is really important. Article 12 says that Indigenous people have a right to manifest, practice, develop, and teach their spiritual and religious traditions, customs, and ceremonies, the right to maintain, protect, and have access in privacy to their religious and cultural sites, the right to use and control their ceremonial objects, and the right to the repatriation of human remains. Those are the rights. But here's the obligation that states, the signatories of this, must seek to enable the access and or repatriation of ceremonial objects and human remains in their possession through fair, transparent, and effective mechanisms developed in conjunction with Indigenous peoples concerned. And this is a declaration of the UN that has been affirmed by many, many countries. Now, what affirmed means varies from country to country. There were a large number of countries that were there on the day that this was voted on, and they voted in favor. There were 4 countries that voted against this. And those were the United States, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. And they had objections not to the repatriation provisions, but to other parts of it. And over a number of years, those 4 countries came up with ways to kind of reconcile the declaration language with domestic law. And they have all subsequently endorsed the declaration. President Obama endorsed the declaration. You'll notice there's a number of countries who either did not vote and have not affirmed, or I guess all of these did not vote on the day and have not subsequently affirmed. One of the most prominent ones is Russia, has not. There's a whole band of countries in Africa that did not. New Guinea did not. Israel did not. Romania did not. I'm not quite sure what's going on with them, but the rest of the European Union has. So many countries, when you go in to a foreign institution, you can mention the declaration. It is not binding inherently on individual museums in countries, but the fact that the country has endorsed it is a powerful tool, I think. with that as sort of the background, I wanted to talk a little bit about kind of a generic process. And this is the NAGPRA process, but I want to talk a little bit about contrasts between this and international situations. So the first step often in a repatriation journey is to find out what the museum has. We've talked about provenance information, about information requests, and then NAGPRA summaries and inventories. Wherever I put the asterisk, that's a provision that is required by NAGPRA. The other ones are not required, but often are used. In an international context, those other ones are often the only thing you have. So provenance research is really critical in determining this, what a museum may have. I'm involved in one situation in a European country where the museum in question, I've been trying to work with them for 6 years to identify information on their collections. I know they have an inventory. I know they have certain documentation, but they will not show it to me. They will not allow me to have it, to the extent that I met with the director accompanied by attorneys from that country, and they still have ignored us. So there are alternative ways to deal with that. So we've just completed a project where we've spent a couple of months going through historic newspapers. And it turns out in this country, anytime anyone made a donation to the museum, it was noticed in the newspaper. So based on that, we've been able to reconstruct what should be in that inventory, which kind of gets us where we want to go. Second step is to gather additional information. Under NAGPRA, museums are required to provide that information upon request to Native Hawaiian organizations or Indian tribes. Obviously, these are both asterisks on this chart, meaning they're NAGPRA things. You can't count on this in foreign institutions, which means that in terms of the approach you take with them, often you have to be nice at this step in order for them to build a rapport, because they're not required to give it to you. Now, some countries do have Freedom of Information Acts that could be, that require them to provide information. And that's something that you need to explore in the other jurisdiction on what kind of access you have to those rules. The third step is to submit your request. So you compile all your information, you make your best case possible, and you submit it to the museum. Under NAGPRA, and under the regulations, the museum basically has 90 days to respond to you, yes or no. And that kind of a deadline is regulatory in the US. It doesn't apply overseas. Again, you need to explore if there are kinds of rules like that in the other countries that would require institutions to respond. I suspect in general that is rare, but it's something worth looking at. The fourth step then is the museum decides yes or no. And this process can go for many, many years. You put together your best claim possible, you've gotten all the information, you put it forward, they either ignore you or they drag it out. They want more information from you. That's really, really common. And this is the place where tenacity is king. In my retirement, I'm basically a frequent FOIA-er. I'm a frequent Freedom of Information Act person. And what I have learned from that process is always appeal. Unless they give you absolutely everything you've asked for, always appeal, always keep at it. So keep banging your head on that stone and hopefully you will progress. The last process after the museum has made a decision in the US, we have a notice process that allows any other party that may have a right to claim knowledge that this is happening in order to express any objections they may have. And that's pretty standard due process in the US. It is more common in some countries than in others. The other place would be if the museum decides to say no. And that gets into this appeal process. Under NAGPRA and under the NMAI Act, there are a good number of appeal opportunities. You can do traditional administrative appeal, that if the curator says no, you raise it to the director. If the director says no, you raise it to the board. You can kind of go up the hierarchy. That's standard sort of how to deal with bureaucracy. You do administrative appeals. Both the NMAI Act and NAGPRA have this review committee, have separate review committees that are charged with dealing with disputes between claimants and the museums. I know that Native Hawaiian organizations have been active in taking disputes to the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Review Committee over the past years. This kind of review committee function may be uniquely American. I don't know if that's really common in other countries, but it's worth exploring. The third step is civil allegations of failure to comply. That's a uniquely NAGPRA piece. And we had talked a little bit in an earlier slide about the number of allegations of failure to comply that had been affirmed over the years. A number of those also were made by Native Hawaiian organizations. That civil litigation, civil procedure will be unique from country to country on whether you have an opportunity to use that. Federal district court under NAGPRA, you can take a case to federal district court, and then the judge will make the determination. It's important to note that under the National Museum of the American Indian Act, there is no cause of action to take these kinds of disputes to federal district court. And I know the National Association of Tribal Historic Preservation Officers that I do repatriation advice for them. They have proposed an amendment to the NMAI Act that would provide a cause of action in order to sue the Smithsonian if they don't comply with their statute. And then the last piece is one that doesn't require any courts or any administrative procedures. It's just using social media and the press to bring other types of pressure against the museum. There have been a number of cases where those have been very, very effective. I think with that, I will turn more specifically to your questions. So problematic areas in both sides of the aisle, including claimant side and museum side. I think one of the problems that applies, I don't know if it's a problem, I think it is a fact that while we're talking about repatriation brought by a Native Hawaiian organization or brought by an Indian tribe, and the repatriation is being dealt with by a museum or a federal agency, we're talking about organizations that are doing this. But one of the facts is that these organizations are composed of people, and people have different attitudes about different things. Often over the last 30 years, there have been situations where one particular individual at a museum would stop everything. And I have heard some people say that that the best way for them to deal with this is to basically wait until that person retires or dies. And once that happens, once that change is made with a museum, they have the opportunity to then proceed with new people in charge. I've talked a lot about laws and policies and how they help us in the United States get through repatriation. Sometimes laws stand in our way. And I know that there have been situations, particularly in France and in the UK, where those museums would rely on their statutes to basically say, we can't do this. We're precluded from doing this by law. And what has happened over the 30-year period is that the pressure has built both domestically and from international sources to ensure that those countries change their laws. And those have happened in both France and in the UK. And not advise new claimants in terms of advocacy based on lessons learned and your experiences, including examples where a museum said no and the answer changed to yes. I would, I think I said it before, I think it's often useful to start nice, to just sort of see the lay of the land and what kind of response you're going to get from the other side. And if you get a hostile response back, there's ample opportunity to escalate. But it's very hard if you start hard to go back to nice. It's hard to kind of circle back to that. It's useful to understand what motivates your opposing party. So often I have experienced where I talk to tribal people and I ask them, what do you think the museum's thinking on this one? And the response I get is often some caricature of a fear, but it's not an understanding of what really is motivating them. So it's important to kind of do the research to figure out what the opposing party is thinking. A part of my career, I describe myself as a legal anthropologist. I'm not a lawyer. I've never been to law school, but for 30 years, I've dealt in legal situations. One of them is 30 years or I guess close to 30 years, working on NAGPRA and the NMAI Act, so that particular statute, also with tribal trust litigation, those statutes. The second piece is over the last 30 some odd years, I've been privileged to serve, since I live in the District of Columbia, I've spent approximately one work year on federal grand juries or juries. So criminal law, I've got a pretty good understanding of. But the third one, and I think that that's what's important here in terms of dealing with museums, I served for 6 years as president of the union that represented the National Park Service employees in Washington. And that is basically serving as a defense attorney without the credential. So I would always tell our clients that it's important to understand what is motivating management on this. But the bottom line is, if they screwed you, it's actually irrelevant what they think. The understanding why they're doing things is not about whether people are right or wrong. It's to figure out where the cracks are. It's to figure out how to get around them. So it's not in terms of reconciling and everybody join hands and sings Kumbaya. It's tactical advice to understand their motives. And lastly, I think this is on the important thing is to be persistent. The only way that you're going to knock the wall down is to keep banging on it or go around it. that's another way, is to go around it. Addresses sustainability and repatriation efforts. I think you all are to be commended for this effort to educate people to bring this up, and that's the only way you can do it. One of the measures that I look at in terms of the sustainability of repatriation efforts is I look at the NAGPRA grants that have been offered for the last almost 30 years. And there's a pattern. And the pattern is, in some cases, tribes in particular have been very persistent to try to get grants almost every year. And they keep at it and they keep going. And they have sustained this effort largely through NAGPRA grants. There are other tribes that are extremely effective in terms of repatriation, and they've never gotten one NAGPRA grant, because their resources are coming from somewhere else. They've dedicated tribal resources to do this effort. But I think the most common pattern is a tribe will have a grant 1 or 2 years or 3 years, and that will be a sustained effort by them. And then at the end of that process, they don't get any more grants. And often that has to do with the individual who was personally, passionately focused on repatriation, has gone off to law school, or has gotten married, or has taken some other kind of job, or has been elected to a leadership position in the organization that no longer allows them to devote their time to it. And I think that speaks to the fact that often in many tribes, the cadre of repatriators is thin. So that it's important to build up this sustainability by having more people involved. Traditional epistemology is compared to Western science in the repatriation process. I think, as I mentioned before, I think NAGPRA has sort of stripped out the science part of this as being an important piece, and that was to the credit of the negotiators that when they put this together. And it was a meeting of the minds between tribal people who inherently distrusted the scientific argument and the museum people who knew that science costs a lot of money that they would have to pay for. The archaeologists obviously thought the science was great, but they didn't win that fight. And then lastly, efforts to decolonize repatriation. I don't know if I have a lot to say about that, except to draw a distinction. The leaders in what I would call the repatriation movement, the countries that have been earliest in this process have been the United States, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia, which I would characterize as neo-colonial countries. We're no longer colonies of Britain, but the colonists are still in charge. And because of that, we have a unique relationship, different but similar in some ways, between our indigenous populations, our indigenous communities, and the neo-colonialists in power. In the US, it all goes back to our Constitution, where they identified 3 separate sovereigns: the federal sovereign, the state sovereign, and the tribal sovereign. And that has sort of driven how tribal relationships work in the United States. Canada, New Zealand, Australia have similar sort of histories that have set this relationship up between the dominant culture, government, and indigenous communities, sovereign entities. I would like to contrast that with what I would call post-colonial countries. And those are to look at repatriation in Africa, for instance. And one of the big distinctions between that is that in terms of repatriation in Africa, much of it is not driven by repatriating objects to the indigenous local community. It's repatriating it to the government. And it's all about building nationalism. It's about the national identity, even though it's composed of different ethnic groups, that they have set their priority to focus more on the national aspect of this effort. So repatriation is not one size fits all. I know in the national, with most Indian tribes, Native Hawaiian organizations, the idea that you would repatriate indigenous human remains to your community and would put them on display is sort of an abomination. Most would not think of it. And I know back in the early days, when NAGPRA was first being negotiated, Senator Inouye proposed that one of the ideas would be to build a monument to indigenous people and to rebury them in the middle of the mall in Washington, D.C. And he made that proposal at a meeting of the National Congress of the American Indians. And the response was just horror. And they quickly dropped that one. But the idea that you would bring them back, I know there's a case in Africa that I've been following where remains were repatriated and they're on display at the museum. The museum in Greenland, the National Museum in Greenland, has mummies that were taken from Greenland and they've been brought back and put on display. And I guess my perspective on that is that's their choice. That's what they think is important to them, and those are indigenous decisions for them. So back to, I think, what Honor said, museums that want to put constraints on this, I've always said what tribes and Native Hawaiian organizations do with this is their choice. I think with that, I will close it up, open to any questions.
Aloha, Tim. Can you speak a little bit about the creation of NAGPRA?
I wrote a book on it. Yeah, I think in terms of the, and I'll try to keep that very brief. I think the key period of time in terms of the sort of legislative action on doing it was from 1986 to 1990. There were a number of different bills that were proposed. Senator Inouye was very important in pushing that effort, both at National Museum of the American Indian and NAGPRA, or and with NAGPRA. I think there's two different ways to look at the process and how statutes are done, and one of them is sort of the silverback male approach. The white men that worked on this, and almost all white, all men except for one, all white, that were working on kind of building this. And you sort of think of the big man who was doing these senators, these representatives, you kind of focus on them. But I think the key way to understand this is actually to take the step back and to not look at who was introducing the bills, but look at who they were talking to. And the negotiation behind the scene was with primarily national organizations. So the archaeologists were represented by the Society for American Archaeology. The museums were represented by the American Association of Museums. The tribal communities were represented by a coalition of organizations, including the Association for American Indian Affairs, the Native American Rights Fund, and somebody else. I've forgotten one. Oh, I'll get in trouble for this. Anyway, coalition.
Was it NCAI, Tim?
Oh, NCAI. Thank you very much. And that coalition was really interesting because there were leadership changes at NCAI where at some point they agreed to sponsor it, but They were constraints that were put on the group. The interesting, useful thing about it is those guys hung together and they wound up negotiating with the archaeologists and with the museum people separately. And that's one of the reasons why NAGPRA has many sections on the museum repatriation part, because that's the way the negotiations went. And essentially one section for the archaeology part, because that's the way the SAA people wanted it. But ultimately, both of those bills, the NMAI Act and NAGPRA, were passed by both the House and the Senate unanimously. When was the last time we talked about unanimous legislation? So it was pretty important and was signed by the president.
Yes. Do other countries have their own version of NAGPRA, or do they like look to NAGPRA or?
It turns out that the first national level repatriation law was not American. It's an Australian law that is not very often used because much of their decision making is delegated down to the states. But if there's a dispute, it can go up to this federal adjudication. So Australia has statutes. Canada does not have a national statute. They have provincial statutes that deal with repatriation. There are statutes in New Zealand. I'm actually unaware of repatriation provisions as applied to indigenous collections, but many other countries have repatriation statutes that apply to other things. And I'm thinking particularly of Nazi art, Nazi seized art. And these are similar sorts of activities. Jewish descendants trying to reclaim objects stolen from their families by the Nazis is an equivalent type of activity that we're dealing with here. So the fact that in Germany, they have been working on the restitution of Nazi art, I think actually colors how repatriation claims from indigenous people are being made or being interpreted by them.
Thank you. Mahalo nui. Do we have any other questions from anyone? Okay. So we'd like to say a big mahalo to Dr. McEwen. At this time, I'd like to introduce Halealoha Ayao. He's a Hawaiian and a repatriation advocate, a kumu, a project director of Project Iwi Kuamo'o, and an attorney. Welcome.
Hello, no kakuam, halealoha. As we said earlier, this International Repatriation Summit is part of a project that we are doing to capacity build in our community and to prepare the next generation of repatriation practitioners. Myself and others have been doing this for 3 decades now, and it's, you know, and we've trained people along the way, and that really didn't stick. And now we're at that point where it is absolutely imperative that the next generation of practitioners be trained, both by myself and others, but mainly by the greatest kumu on the planet, which is actual experience. And so I just want to mahalo, you know, my 2 colleagues and friends, Anna Keeler and Tim McEwen, for providing a lot of the technical aspects of the work that we do, so that you see how really complicated it can be. Anna also talked about the cultural and spiritual heaviness of this work, and I wanted to mainly focus on those aspects, and hopefully take you on a journey in which, you know, when we started, the focus was Iwi and bringing our ancestors home. And in doing so, we started to realize that we were actually repatriating our own Hawaiian humanity. We're returning it to ourselves. And Antipua, Kalakaole Kanahele, our kumu, would describe this process as returning to who we are. And when she first said that to us, I thought, I think she meant returning to who we were. She says, no, to who we are. Because we are our ancestors. What's happened to them is affecting us. And so we have to now address our responsibility to them. So some of the lessons, oh shucks. Well, some of the lessons that we've learned in this process is the value of interdependence. Yeah. The relationship between us as the living and our kupuna is interdependent, meaning each is relying on the other for our well-being. So our ancestors obviously are looking to us to help protect them, help care for them, especially if they got taken, help show them respect and aloha. We, at the same time, need their help to heal us from what this has caused. So lesson number one is this interdependence. See if it can work. Oh yes. The next lesson is based on Olelo No'ea. It's a proverb. Real short. Ola naivi, the bones live. And what's so important and so profound about this is Olelo No'ea is it makes clear to us that our ancestors reside within our own iwi. And that that we are therefore the sum of all of our kupuna, all of our family members who made it and created our predecessors who eventually created us. And then what this has done, what this phenomenon has done, is created this profound responsibility, this relationship. You can't escape it. You can't move away, escape this relationship, because it gives rise to this profound duty, and it's the duty of care and protection. And then I listed the third one because this is kind of important and where we are today as Hawaiian. So Samuel Kamakau says that at the level of the Inouye, of the ruling chief, the ability to maintain the tranquility of the kingdom was dependent upon the degree to which our chiefs cared for the gods, the Aumakua, and this was evidenced in part by the state of grave sites throughout the islands, meaning the care and protection of our burial sites. This is during Wakaiko. This is during the time of our kingdom. So when there was peace in the kingdom, the people were buried properly. When there were treacherous rulers, the bones were dug up. So that gives you insight to what's happening currently in Hawaii with the pressure of development on burial sites and the acquiescence of the state of Hawaii to that pressure in direct violation of stated state law. Kamakau refers to leadership under those circumstances as treacherous leaders. This is a picture of us. This is our first repatriation, the top picture on the top. That's me in the gray shirt. That was 32 years and 32 pounds ago. The woman in front of me is Polani Kanakaole Kanahele, and the person to her left is her husband, Edward Kanahele. This is the first repatriation trip. This picture was taken in, I believe, at the home of Lurleen McGregor. And it was a repatriation under the National Museum of the American Indian Act, which Dr. McEwen just got through describing. This was the first time we ever traveled to bring home shucks, I believe it was 80 sets of ancestral remains. The picture below is the next repatriation we did in 1991. My grandmother said when we started this work, you make sure you bring our kupuna home first, meaning the iwi kupuna from Molokai, where we're from. And so this is a pahukoa, a koa chest that was built to transport them home for reburial. In 1994, we went after two very prominent museums, the Harvard Peabody Museum and the Yale Peabody Museum. They were both formidable in terms of, I wouldn't say opposition, but they didn't to our claim, but I would say they didn't make the process easy. This is the repatriation team that went to conduct both repatriations on the same trip, because unlike tribes, we have the additional burden of having to travel across the vast Pacific Ocean to the continental US. Fast forward, the picture to your left is a sacred object called a ki'ila'au. And it was actually the museum, the Roger Williams Park Museum, tried to auction it. That's why this picture is being taken at Sotheby's in New York City. Unfortunately, that would have been in violation of NAGPRA. We were able to step in with the support of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs to block the auction and then proceed to repatriate. The museum sued us in federal district court. A settlement was reached and this ki'ila'au was repatriated. Unfortunately, it has yet to be displayed at Bishop Museum because of the changing of leadership at the museum. Picture to the right is, so repatriation is kind of the crux of this discussion today, but the real harder part, in my view, is the reburial, is getting them back to where they were originally. In this case, this is a picture of us on a 50-foot sailboat sailing to Papahanaumokuakea, the Northwest Hawaiian Islands, to the islands of Nihoa and Mokumanamana, to return iwi kupuna that was repatriated from the Bishop Museum. These are two more pictures from that journey. The island behind me is Nihoa. And for those who don't know, Mokumanamana is the edge of the Hawaiian universe. We are literally sailing into the ancestral past. When we were preparing to go on this huaka'i, this journey, it was November of that year, and all of our friends who are voyagers cautioned us about going during that time because the ocean was particularly dangerous. But that voice that tells you to have courage and that they've been waiting for a freaking century to go home, it tells you, take me home now. We did. We trusted that voice. That's the voice of our kupuna. It was very rough getting there, very rough accessing the islands. But once they were reburied on both, something happened that our ship captain said had never happened in the 25 years he sailed the Pacific. And that is that the wind absolutely stopped and we were able to motor straight home. Instead of taking 3 or 4 days to get back, we got back in a day and a half, which to us is just affirmation of the interdependent relationship. We took the kupuna back and told them in prayer, you now get us home and get us home comfortably, please. Because some of us get seasick like me. The picture I'd shown earlier, the ki'ila'au, the picture of me standing there looking grim is at the repatriation press conference in front of the Roger Williams Park Museum in Providence, Rhode Island. The mayor of Providence, who I know on is very familiar with, was exceptionally offensive in his remarks to Hawaiians. And this was our way of responding to him. That ki'ila'au was repatriated and is now in Bishop Museum. The picture to the right is the first time we do a face-to-face negotiation at the Natural History Museum in London, England. I had mentioned to my colleagues Kunani and Iponahipali they asked me why I was wearing a suit, and I said, because all the men that we're going to meet with today, they will be all men. They will all be wearing suits, and we will be trying to power out on each other intellectually, which is exactly what happened. That's why I think this picture is telltale of this journey. This effort, the Natural History Museum, took 32 years to resolve. From when we first asked for an inventory to when we finally did the last repatriation, which was Monday of this week. Two more pictures, shifting to a more positive repatriation from the University of Edinburgh in Scotland, because the Scots, they get us as human beings. This is one of the shortest cases that we've ever had to do in terms of international repatriation. It took less than a year and involved the repatriation of 49 skulls. That's Kunani and I at Edinburgh after we got off the train from England. And that's us transporting the kupuna. In 2003, we were able to get home a sacred object from our community of Molokai called Kalaina Valbai. And Kalaina Valbai tells the prophecy of Ku'una. It has footprints and it has boot marks. And the prophecy is that when those marks, meaning the boot marks, reach the shores of Hawaii, life as the Hawaiian people will know it will change forever and will change for the worse. So it was the foretelling of the coming of foreigners. It was removed from Molokai and taken to Bishop Museum. And we were able to get them repatriated back to Mo'omomi. In that picture, you see Master Mason Billy Fields, the man with the sunglasses without his shirt on. The man in the yellow hat is Uncle Mac Poi Poi, the Hama of Mo'omomi. And these are all brothers of Molokai helping us to restore, literally restore our foundation. In 2013, we conduct repatriation from the Natural History Museum in London. Because there was 144 skulls, we had to have wooden crates made and shipped, which is very difficult and expensive. But we wanted, in each one, we wanted to make sure that our country's flag was included with them when they were transported home. At this time, the Natural History Museum refused to repatriate 8 ancestral remains, claiming that the scientific process called craniometrics indicated that the remains were not Hawaiian, even though the collection histories were from known traditional Hawaiian burial areas. At that time, we knew very little of craniometrics. We didn't have the expertise to challenge it, but that didn't mean we weren't going to. In February of this year, this year, as part of the training, like I mentioned through our project, I took a team of 2 young Hawaiians, husband and wife, to Germany and Austria to conduct 5 repatriations. This is the first one at the Übersee Museum in Bremen, Germany. They are conducting pikai because they are in the presence of our kupuna, and there's a presence of haumia or defilement. And this is our way of cleansing them. This is a picture from that same repatriation for the museum. This is a very big deal. They wanted the world to know. We didn't ask to do this. They wanted to do it. They wanted the world to know that they were repatriating these remains to Native Hawaiians. And they wanted to do that because our Maori cousins had gone there and taught them that lesson years previously. So they knew what our expectations were. They knew how to behave. They even hired a funeral director to run the event, to remind people that they were at a funeral and that they are to act respectfully and with reverence. So mahalo to our Maori cousins for laying the foundation for us to do our work. This is the next museum in, I think it's pronounced Gertigen, the George August University. Same thing, they wanted to, they asked to do a formal handover ceremony. And partly because they felt this very strong need to apologize for what their predecessors did. We didn't have to school them in lessons of free, prior, and informed consent. They understood it. And this was their way. And let's just recognize the incredible courage it takes to atone for something you didn't do, that your predecessors did, but you have now inherited their heva. And you can either hide from it, you know, as Tim had talked about, that fear, or you can embrace it. You can, cool, you can release it. And then you can get on with your lives. So another picture from that same event. The third museum. We did these one day after another, each day. And so for our Hawaiian people keep saying to me, why did you guys take such an aggressive approach? Like, why didn't you rest in between? The answer is because Office of Hawaiian Affairs would not support us financially, so we had to pay ourselves. And if you have to pay yourself, you can't afford to rest. Too expensive. And so we had to work. The drives in between each town or each museum was about 3 hours a day. Mana drove, he don't speak German. He still got us there. And by the way, you got to try the Autobahn. It was a blast. This is the Friedrich Schiller Museum, University in Jena. This one was especially satisfying because of the comments of the university staff and the approach they took to us. It was highly respectful of Hawaiian humanity, so much so that I'm scheduled to speak there in the spring to teach one of their classes, because they want the lesson of mutual respect of humanity to be part of their university training. This is the president of the university, who we thought he was a staffer because he came to the hotel to get us, and he was talking story with us the whole way to the museum, and we didn't realize that he was the president of the university. This was the fourth and by far the most challenging of the museum repatriations we did on that trip. This is in Berlin. I won't try to pronounce the German name, but it translates to Museum for Prehistory and Early History. We were joined by the diva to my right, I guess left if you're looking at the picture. This one was particularly challenging because I think the museum was doing the public ceremony part just because they knew their colleagues from other museums were. Well, they made it clear this is not something they necessarily wanted to do. You know, when someone doesn't want to do something, even though they're doing it, you can tell. Because once it was done, they made it clear they wanted us to clear out. But that's okay. We were able to get the majority of our kupuna, about 30 of them, released from this museum. This is Mana Katieres speaking. He is one of the faces of the future of Hawaiian repatriation. And this is at that same, and I believe they were telling us that this museum, this building, was the one that the Nazis built, you know, as their museum before that regime was toppled. And you know, Hawaiians, we at Polynesians, we believe in residual mana. So you could just sense it wasn't really a place that you really want to hang out in. And so I didn't really care that these people wanted us to leave. We really didn't want to stay. And then we packed the kupuna up. We had awesome support from the German government to repatriate, to transport them out of their country without exposure. So that's our challenge. Our Olelo El says, "Mai ko la'ina iwi kala," means don't expose the bones to the sun or to light. And so when we transport them, we insist insist that they not be viewed, looked at. That's a form of exposure. They not be x-rayed, but instead we comply with security measures by having them swab the insides of these containers so they can determine that there's no bomb residue or other dangerous materials, so that we can respect security measures, the need for security, while simultaneously respecting our Hawaiian cultural requirements. They don't have to be inconsistent. So we're now in Vienna. This is the day after the Rams won the Super Bowl. Just wanted to mention that. And Mana is addressing the crowd at the handover ceremony. This is that same ceremony, and the just incredible level of respect and humanity that the Austrians showed us, shared with us. Unfortunately, at this museum, there were 3 ibi kupuna, but the museum only agreed to repatriate 2 of them because they were not comfortable that the information indicated or established that the 3rd ibi po'o was from Hawaii. And that was, so this is a kaumaha situation. On the one hand, we're happy we're taking kupuna home, but on the other hand, we know that we're leaving one behind. That's never a good situation. And we felt the heaviness of the kupuna that got left behind. We are now in the process of trying to convince the museum. So one of the reasons why we put on one of the issues to address was comparing, the traditional epistemology, traditional ways of knowing to Western ways of knowing in order to decolonize the repatriation process. Is because we've asserted what we call spiritual evidence to the museum. It's not the first time we've done it. We did it with the Phoebe Hearst Museum in Berkeley. That was the first NAGPRA review committee appeal. We did it also with 2 other museums in Germany, in Stuttgart and in Freiburg, in which those forms of evidence were accepted. This museum now is having a hard time. And so we're trying to tell them to respect our humanity is also to respect our way of knowing. And that culture and spiritual communication is common. It's not extraordinary, it's common. But you have to have the skilled people who can do it, those experts who can do it. And we have them in our Hawaiian community. And they are now helping guide, and to me, that is the future of repatriation cases where the physical evidence doesn't give you doesn't reach the comfort level the museums have in terms of provenance and identification. So stay tuned. Hopefully we will be able to get this kupuna back real soon. This is the London repatriation. What's my time, 11? Oh, good. This is the London repatriation we just did on Monday. So if I seem kind of out of it, I am, because it's tomorrow for me too, except tomorrow for me in London. But I wanted, this was kind of a reaction to someone who said at a recent repatriation forum that international repatriation, anybody can do it. I respectfully disagree. 33 years has taught us a lot. And it's taught us how to network with our colleagues. This case was resolved. These are the remains that the museum withheld, the Natural History Museum London withheld in 2013. 9 years later, we were able to get them repatriated because one of the key aspects of this work, which Honor and Tim both covered, is the importance of networking. We do not have expertise in craniometrics. Well, Dr. Cressida Ford, who did the historic documentation research, and Dr. Alan Goodman from the US, they do have expertise in this area. And they weighed in, and we provided their testimony as well as that of Kamakana Ferreira, who's Hawaiian, to convince the museum that the historic documentation on collection information clearly established that all 8 were Hawaiian. And that craniometrics, the shortcomings of craniometrics, couldn't possibly overcome that, proof. And the museum agreed, and they were able to be home, to be returned home. We just got home 2 days ago. I would highly recommend for those who are just starting to engage in international or overseas repatriation to use Pelican cases. This is what you see in the picture. They're normally used to transport weapons, maybe important camera gear, but stuff you want to protect. Because once you put them in overhead, you don't want somebody smashing them with their luggage. And this is pictures from our trip home. I think this is in London, and then the next picture is in Los Angeles. This is at Paddington Station in London, and the picture is to the right is the Natural History Museum in London, which, by the way, is finally engaging more formally in international repatriation. So if Hawaii Free Press, if any of you donkeys are watching this, they criticized me for going to 2 Pearl Jam concerts last October before engaging in repatriation from Cal Berkeley and 2 museums in Ohio. I'm not sure why that's a violation of the rules, because I never heard of that rule. But just to let you know, in the interest of full disclosure, I went to 2 more Pearl Jam concerts on this trip before going to England. So stop laughing. So further lessons learned include, I talked about this earlier about this, this understanding of being motivated by the need to prevent exposure. Yeah. So in everything we do, we keep them covered. We make sure they're never exposed directly to light. That's why we oppose photography, because if you photograph Evie, you're photographing a person in their most naked form without their permission. Another Olelo No'eau tells us that when items are placed with Evie, with a person at death, that relationship is permanent, and that you are not to wantonly take things. In other words, you cannot take objects that are placed with someone at death. We're involved in a kind of infamous case involving Evie and Moipu from Kauai High. And a lot of the opposition to our position of rebearing the Evie and the Moipu back was that these are significant museum items, significant artifacts, and they didn't view them as the possessions of these deceased chiefs. A lot of them are Christians, and they didn't really care about tradition or anything. And so I tried to figure out how can I explain it to them. So I said, imagine if there was an 11th commandment and it said, "Thou shalt not covet thy ancestors' possessions." Now do you understand it? And they shook their heads like, nope. And so that case is still ongoing. The kupuna were, Evie and the kupuna were reburied. The Evie were kept in the cave. The court ordered the removal of the objects. Going on to lessons part 3, prioritize indigenous ways of knowing. Trust your na'au, trust the teachings of your kupuna. We place that above all else. Force institutional change in terms of elevating people's understandings. Most important lesson, though, is the second one. the importance of the training that we do, or the kind of the goal of the training that we're doing in terms of capacity building in this area, is to help families return to the connections to their own ancestors. Yeah, don't listen to me, listen to your grandma. It's that connection that's important. The idea of everlasting life is not unique to Hawaiians or Polynesians in general. Our ancestors lived forever. As long as we remember them, we recall them, we honor them. They are truly dead when they're forgotten. They yearn to, again, fulfill their role of responsibility in the family. And they can do so from the other side. They can help you make good decisions. They can give you the courage you need when the federal judge, district court judge tells you, I'm going to incarcerate you indefinitely. And you say, I'd be honored. That's the courage that comes from our kupuna. But we have to restore that relationship. We cannot think American, where you're independent, you're an individual. No, you're part of a continuum, a genealogical continuum, and you're just a current iteration. Next lesson, do not fear your ancestral shadow. Like Tim and Honor, we consult and we advise other Indigenous groups. And one thing I always recognize is fear. People want to get engaged, but colonialism has been very effective. And there's this fear. And I would always tell my students, step one, do not fear your ancestral shadow. That means don't fear your grandmother. Don't fear the ancestors. Embrace them. Embrace your responsibility to them. And then ask or order them to do exactly what you need them to do to help you take care of them so they can heal, so we can heal, so that our lahui can heal, and so that the future unborn are not burdened with this problem. Okay, so it's not just us, the living, we're doing this for. It's for those who are coming next. And then the last one is a lesson that Uncle Ed Kanahele taught me. Begin every repatriation effort by envisioning the result. Greatest lesson I ever had. You start by envisioning the result. Just like navigators are taught to start by envisioning the destination. It's the same idea. Because if you can envision the reburial ceremony, who will be there, who doing what, that gives you full confidence and courage to know that your efforts to get them released and transported home is going to be successful and done at a high level. It's a quote from one of my heroes in this world, Dana Naone Hall. Ohine Mana, before that was cool to see. And the reason why I cite her here is because, in my view, what initiates the modern repatriation movement is what happens on the island of Maui, a place called Honoko'ua, where 1,100 kupuna were dug up to build the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. And Dana and her husband Isaac happened to be at a planning commission, a Maui Planning Commission hearing when this permit was being discussed. And by the time they get involved, this thing is in full swing. And they do the best that they can to try and halt it, to stop it, place conditions on it, to try and mitigate what's going to happen next. This was the wake-up call for the kupuna and for us. Law Office of Hawaiian Affairs at the time, there was no protective laws that they could rely on. Of course, our people said we don't need a law and went there and occupied the site, stopped the excavations. They thought at the most 40 individuals would be disturbed, but as I said, it ended up being 1,100. So she says this. This is after the commission says they're going to proceed and they stand up to oppose it. She says, sorrowful as the commission's adverse decision was, commission here is the Maui Planning Commission. The mood following the meeting was black and thunderous. I felt inexplicably that we had not been defeated, that Hawaiian people had spoken up to protect the graves of their ancestors, and that somehow, someday, there would be a cataclysmic shift. I had no reason to feel this way, but perhaps in stepping forward and speaking up, we had reconnected to our ancestors in a fundamental way. How profound. So, Hawaiians who are watching this, meet the faces of the repatriation future. First man you see is Kamakana Ferreira, currently at the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. He is my retirement ticket. Take good care of him, thank him every time you see him for all of his hard work, all of his extraordinary researcher. He looks, mild, but don't get into an argument with him. He will destroy you. Next picture, Mana Kalihua and their ohana. An entire family committed to the care of Ibikupuna. And I am committed to training them and sharing whatever knowledge and experiences I've acquired to arm them with Ike, with knowledge, with Hawaiian humanity. I always say you cannot teach commitment and you cannot teach courage. So thank goodness with these folks, I don't have to. It comes with. And then in the third picture, there's Dane Maxwell, Diggy, with Charlie Maxwell's grandson, who also has taken up this kuleana to Malama Ibikupuna. There are many more, so I was doing this an hour before the presentation this morning. And ran out of time. This is to make the point that our spiritual, cultural, supposed to be spiritual culture, is our Hawaiian science. And it's about family, it's about ohana. And this is a quote that was included in a publication Chris, Tim, Honor, myself, and others just came out with. And I want to read it because it gives a good insight into this schism between Western science and traditional culture. Quote, one pronounced argument that effectively captures the diametric opposition of our respective worldviews is when museum officials frame their scientific approach as objective and in the pursuit of pure knowledge. And our Hawaiian cultural approach is subjective and prone to emotion. Moreover, that we Hawaiians have a duty to the rest of the world, to contribute to the body of knowledge by allowing physical examination and testing of ancestral remains. There is an inherent discrimination in this view, whereby it prioritizes science over culture and incorrectly assumes that culture is devoid of science. Most importantly, it weaponizes science to overcome our humanity, our family values and beliefs with respect to the treatment of the dead, as if our family values are no longer important, effectively outweighed by objective science. This incorrectly presumes that our ancestors made it for the purpose of creating osteological material rather than to raise a loving family. The values and the mana that we rely on and the work that we do stems from our family, stems from our families, stems from that support. And then I want to close my part of this. I always cite Gladstone, even though he's come under fire for things his family has done. He was a British prime minister at one point, a very intelligent person, and he says, "Show me the manner in which a nation or a community cares for its dead, and I will measure with mathematical exactness the tender sympathies of its people, the respect for the laws of the land, and their loyalty to high ideals." So to our Hawaiian people, I say this. We Hawaiians have as much a humanitarian duty as we do a legal right to behave responsibly to our ancestors. to each other and the future generations who will inherit this immense kuleana called Hawaii. Ola naive. So with that, back to Des, or if there are any questions.
Mahalo nui hale. Do we have any questions for him? Mahalo nui, everyone. And we'd like to start with comments from Dr. Ford. Aloha.
Hello, everybody. I'm so pleased, honored, privileged to be able to speak with you today. It is such a wonderful thing. Part of what makes one of the very, I think, really quite important aspects of repatriation is, the sharing of knowledge, but also the relationships forged over so many years between everyone working in this space, which I know will begin to more and more include all of you that we're talking to. So I really am I'm so pleased to be able to be part of this amazing forum. In the traditions of where I'm speaking from now, I really want to acknowledge the First Nations on whose land I'm speaking from. I'm in the Snowy Mountains in New South Wales. It's Walgaloo country, a little bordering with Ngarigo country to the south. And I wanted to pay my respects to leaders and elders emerging past and present, and to all the amazing First Nations people who are on this summit, and to everybody who's talking from all the different places. And it's wonderful to be also here with Te Harihi and Amber. That's fabulous. Hello, both of you. Okay, so I wasn't able to get up early this morning for us. It's about 9 a.m. for us here on Saturday morning. I wasn't able to get up early like Tim was to listen to the amazing thing. So I apologize if I am repeating what's been said, and please jump in and tell me. I also have to put in a little apology because my young dog is here and sometimes she wants to go out, and so I might have to leap off. So I think Zoom makes us human. That's my lesson of the Zoom COVID era. And yeah, so I was trying to think about what might be best to share with you all about international repatriation and what lessons. So I'm going to let the dog out. Hold on. What I might share. Okay.
Now we know who let the dog out.
Yeah, who let the dog out, exactly.
It was Chris.
It was me. So I've been in, just as a little bit of background, I've been involved in international repatriation matters since the early 90s. And I was then based in the UK and was there, started really in this area as a very young student, about kind of 5 or 6 years after what was then called the reburial issue had hit Britain, which is when incredible campaigners and for justice around repatriation were making their voices heard in the UK. And that happened kind of in the mid-80s. And so by the time I kind of was beginning my involvement in it all, the UK was in this kind of feverish state. Archaeology, anthropology, and museums were mostly, I'd 99% ardently opposed, very vocally opposed. It was a very contentious time. There were a very few archaeologists who were pro-repatriation, and I was lucky enough to be mentored by one of them, Peter Ucko, whom I acknowledge here. And so from then, I was involved quite a lot in various repatriation research initiatives in the 1990s. And I think that's what I'm going to best talk about. And I'm going to talk about particularly about Edinburgh University. And I'm going to talk about Edinburgh because I think, you know, with now whatever it is, almost 30 years to the day since they adopted a pro-repatriation policy, and also the returns that have happened from Edinburgh to Aotearoa, to Hawaii, to Australia, and some other places now. I think it gives us a good way to reflect on international repatriation and some of the things we learned. And I'm sure that because of the key people, I chose it also because the key people involved in those other returns are on this panel. And so it might provoke some discussion. Anyway, I've got a tiny little PowerPoint, which I'll share my screen with you now. Hold on 1 second. Hopefully this will work. Let's go up here. Can you see that all? Unlike my co-presenters, this is not a slick PowerPoint. I'm not a very good and creative PowerPoint designer. So, but bear with me. So, this is me. That's my email address. I'm at the ANU. I'm very privileged to be involved in a initiative which has been going for about 10 years called Return, Reconcile, Renew. We're in the setup phase of transforming what is a large network, which everybody has been involved in on this panel, into an international centre. I'll talk a bit about Return, Reconcile, Renew at the end of this talk, because it does flow on from some of the things we learned at Edinburgh. So, double click to edit, you probably can see that too. Edinburgh University, this is a picture of their medical building. Now, Edinburgh is an example of an old anatomy department collection. Now, I'm very well aware that a really key matter when talking about repatriation and ancestors is the use of language. Now, you know, people talk about collecting, and well, what is collecting? Well, it's theft. So what is a collection? It's very difficult to talk about a collection because it's also a graveyard. And we use some of these words in repatriation parlance because, you know, it's a term, collection, collecting, you know, museum and all the rest of it. But I'm sure you're well aware, because of, you know, the great training that Halle has been providing to you, that of course these terms are deeply problematic, and they're more and more problematic the further we go into this era of the return of ancestors and the justice that is concerned with. So I guess what I'm tasking you to think about throughout my talk, and maybe with others if it's useful, think about these things all the time from a balcony view. You know, repatriation has these two intricately interconnected things going on. One is the very applied aspect, but the other is the balcony view. You know, what's actually going on here? What are we engaged in doing? What languages should we be using? Why do people use this language? Is it attached to discourse which is about race and racism, and the way that the 19th century scientific use, you know, continues in its legacy today in the way that we do things? It's always important to think about that. And it's also important to think about when we're looking at history, such as a very brief one that I'm galloping through, you know, who creates this history? How do we represent this history? You know, we always talk about, you know, when you're talking about this history of the theft of ancestors, right? Because of the way the Western archive is created, it's really easy to tell a story about white men and white institutions, because that's what the archive creates. Yeah. It's harder to tell the story about the people who are at the heart of this story. You know, the ancestors who are at the heart of this story. Who were they, their families, their loved ones? So again, when talking about these histories and all the rest of it, it gives us that window into understanding, well, how are these histories created? What histories are we going to create from now? Because repatriation is going to go on for many, many, many years. So Edinburgh University, big imposing, Scottish building, had been involved in creating a large representative collection of humans from all around the world. And it'd been doing that since the early 19th century. It's one of the earliest. It was, and still is, housed in the Anatomy Museum. These kind of collections were acquired by lots of different types of institutions, and particularly anatomy museums. Very classically, and yes, in the case of Edinburgh, anatomy department buildings, medical buildings such as this one, you can see were designed to have as their centerpiece an enormous anatomy museum. And that would classically, hold, as did Edinburgh, a huge skeleton of a blue whale and all this comparative anatomy. So animals, humans, it also, you would usually have fossils, everything. And usually, classically, as part of these large anatomy museums, there was a race collection, a collection of people from all around the world. Now, in the 1950s, what often happens with these anatomy museums is that they got dismantled because they were taking up too much room, and all the collection was either, put in store or transferred somewhere else. And it's important to understand these histories, and when you're doing the research into these institutions, to understand exactly what's been happening, because only then can you find the archives, and it's the archives that are going to tell you who these ancestors are and where they came from. So I could talk for ages about all the different histories and the problematic histories of how all these ancestors came to be in a Scottish institution. And if anyone wants to chat about that, I can do so. But the important thing, I think, for this talk is to understand that that history that we now know has come about only because First Nations campaigners were looking for their ancestors. It did not come about because of so-called scientific interest in these ancestors. The history that we now know about how ancestors were taken from their place of rest or from places where they hadn't yet gone through a funerary ceremony, that history has been created very largely because First Nations have been trying to find people. And it's a very good example of how histories come about and how histories are silenced. Okay, that's that balcony stuff. So in the 1980s, there was campaigning by particularly Bob Weatherall of the Foundation for Aboriginal and Islander Research Action and Mike Mansell of the Tasmanian Aboriginal Centre. And they, through various repatriation matters, campaigns and successes in Australia, turned to overseas because they suddenly realised the extent of the theft of their ancestors and that they had been sent to overseas. Now, when I say they suddenly realised, that's not to say that people didn't know in Australia and all around the world that their ancestors were taken, nor that that memory hadn't gone through, nor that people had not resisted where they could the taking of their ancestors. It's very important to understand that right from the beginning of, the colonial encounter, people were trying to take remains and people were opposing that. What happens in the 1980s is that, some people will say 1970s, 1960s, depending on where you see the roots of it happening, there really starts this global movement, this campaigning overseas, this really strong voice coming and saying this is totally unacceptable, we want our ancestors home. And that voice is coming from Australia, it's coming from Aotearoa, it's coming from Hawaii, and more around the world over the last 30 years, that voice is rising from places where people are finding out, where people are finding the space to raise that voice. We're hearing more and more from South America at the minute, more and more from Africa at the moment, for example. But back in the 1980s, in this context of what I know most about, there were these strong campaigning coming from Australia. Now, in terms of Edinburgh, there's other stuff going on in the background, which I thought it was important to talk to you, because all these pieces are like jigsaw puzzles that come together in making an international repatriation happen. So Tasmania knew that the remain of a very important individual was likely to be at Edinburgh University. So they targeted Edinburgh University for the return of that man. The Foundation for Aboriginal and Islander Research Action, FARA, represented by Bob Wetherell, joined forces really with the Tasmanian Aboriginal Centre to campaign about the return of the entire ancestors from Australia that were at Edinburgh. Edinburgh had a very large amount of ancestors from Australia because there was a coroner in Adelaide, South Australia, who, and this is classic history for anatomy departments, medical collections, they are all previous pupils of that institution. So the pupils who graduate as doctors, they go out into the so-called colonies to be colonial foot soldiers, and they are collecting for their alma mater, you know, where they were trained. One of them was a man called William Ramsay Smith. He was in Adelaide, and he had access to hundreds and hundreds of Ngarrindjeri old people. Ngarrindjeri country is south of Adelaide, and we're very privileged to work with Ngarrindjeri extensively now on Return, Reconcile, Renew, particularly because of relationships forged around the Edinburgh experience back in the 1990s. So Edinburgh had the largest amount of Australian ancestors, probably outside of Australia. They were all at Edinburgh. Now, so therefore there was a lot of campaigning. Ngarrindjeri people were also involved in that campaigning. In the background to this was a librarian at the Edinburgh Anatomy Department who was brought in to make a list of the Anatomy Department archives. It's a little side story, but it comes in later, okay? So he made an inventory of what was in the Anatomy Department basement archivally, what was there. He had a very bad time with the anatomy professor, and I think his work there was kind of cut short, but he went back to the library and he had a list. In the early 1990s, the Edinburgh University took a pro-repatriation policy statement to its ruling bodies, its council, which was made up of all the professors across the university, and then to its Senate, which is a smaller but ultimate deciding body. Now, the council, the people who I talked to about that decision back when I was looking at Edinburgh University as a PhD case study topic back in the early 90s. So I talked to people who had been involved in that decision. And staff, when talking about that council meeting where this pro-repatriation policy was put to them, there was the anatomy department professor arguing against it and the social anthropology professor arguing for it, okay? The people who remember that said it was the most important debate they had ever been at. And I say that because I think about the emotional power of repatriation as an agent of change. It engages people sometimes more than anything they've ever done. I've talked to people 20 years after handover ceremonies who said, or were involved in repatriation, it was the single most important thing they did in their lives. This is from, you know, people who are not necessarily involved in archaeology or museums or anything. It has this power. So the university decided very early on in repatriation history in the UK that they would adopt a policy that they would return ancestral remains to cultures for whom they had a continuing significance. They didn't put any conditions on it. They didn't have all these requirements that a lot of other museums then came to do. They just said, this is what we're going to do. And on the basis of that very, very forward thinking and early decision, no other institution adopted such a pro-repatriation policy in the UK for another decade. On the basis of that, I've forgotten how many, less than 10 Tasmanian ancestors were quickly returned to Tasmania, and between 300 and 400 ancestors, just represented by their crania, were returned to Australia with very minimal documentation. Bob Weatherall and Michael Mansell of Tasmania, of the TAC and FARA, said this can't be the case. It cannot be the case that there is such little documentation. And the documentation was not only did it not cover all of the ancestors who had been returned, but it was very minimal. It was a card catalogue. It was very minimal in the information it contained. The university secretary, a very good man, Martin Lowe, who had been told by the anatomy department professor that this was the only documentation available, said, "It is the only documentation we have. We're very sorry." Now, this is a lesson about doing your deep archival research. It's also a lesson about learning that people may not know what archives there are, for good reasons mostly, and sometimes because they might not want to tell you. That's the reality. Maybe I'm a bit burned through Edinburgh, and the situation is not like it is so much today, but I'm a little bit burned because of the Edinburgh experience, I guess. So I'm super cautious. What then transpired was that our colleague on Return, Reconcile, Renew, Paul Turnbull, had talked to this librarian sometime in the late 80s and early 90s, and told me as a young PhD student, go and talk to the librarian, because he made a list of everything that's in the anatomy department. So I did. I went and talked to Mike Barfoot, the librarian, a wonderful man, and he said, yeah, there's a lot of information in the anatomy department. So I spent quite a while then trying to get that information, found the information. The information in the archive is extraordinary at Edinburgh. It is what you would expect, which is 100 years worth of cataloguing, 100 years worth of donor correspondence, 100 years worth of paper trail. And what it showed was that there were many more Australian ancestors that had been sent to Edinburgh than had been returned. It also showed there was a lot of more provenance information. This was something that I talked to people in Australia about, and particularly Ngarrindjeri, because so many of their ancestors were in Edinburgh. And then a project occurred, which was to really get those archives together and to assist in the return of those ancestors. So the lesson here is that the rule of thumb in provenance research is that there is archives, you just need to find them. And until you have evidence that they're really not there, you should assume that they are there. The lesson for an international repatriation, when you have this, immense geographical distance, is that this becomes even more important to undertake, because the consequences that can occur if that provenance research is not done right at the beginning start ballooning and ballooning. And the awful consequence for Edinburgh was that ancestors had part of their bodies returned in 1991, but the rest of their body was still in Edinburgh, and they didn't get returned. The rest of their bodies didn't get returned until 2000. So the consequence of that archival issue right at the beginning was extreme, particularly internationally, because how do you field people internationally? How do you do it? The positive aspect is that archive does exist, and it means that people can find their ancestors internationally, and it was used by people returning ancestors subsequently from there. So I guess that's a little bit about that history. I'll speak very briefly about returns to Australia and Ngarrindjeri. So I've told you about William Ramsay Smith. He was that coroner. Oh, I'll tell you, there's so many things to learn from Edinburgh. So William Ramsay Smith maintained more ancestors that he kept. He sent a lot to Edinburgh, but he retained a lot in Australia. Now they, after his death, were sold Imagine that, that goes on a lot, much more than we realize, this selling of ancestors. They were sold en masse to the Australian Institute of Anatomy. Its collections, when it stopped, when it folded, its collections, so-called, went to the National Museum of Australia. So the repatriation unit that was set up to deal with the large multi-provenanced number of ancestors returning from Edinburgh over these two periods, there was set up a repatriation unit headed up by our dear colleague Mike Pickering. He also had within his, jurisdiction, I guess, or within the National Museum, these ancestors that William Ramsay Smith had sold to the Institute of Anatomy. Now, it turned out that the archives that were hidden in Edinburgh for so many years, that came to light because of First Nations campaigning, and things like the work of a librarian and the connections that we have between all these repatriation practitioners, those archives actually shed light on the provenancing of the William Ramsay Smith ancestors that he had acquired, and then on his death had been sold to the Institute of Anatomy. So these archives that sit around the world and may be engaged in international repatriation may not only help the repatriation of those ancestors coming from that international university, they may also help with understanding where ancestors have come from that may be in domestic institutions that you are dealing with. So the archive, the repatriation archive, is not just in the museum or institution that you're engaging with. It's also in other places. It's in the diaries of one of the collectors. It might be sitting in an institution somewhere else, in a letter about an ancestor that has been taken from the same place. So somebody, collecting ancestors from one funerary cave, for example, may send one of them to one place and one of them to another place, but all the information goes to place A and is not in place B. So international repatriation and the International Repatriation Archive is really important to think about. And I'm sure that everybody on this panel will have similar examples. I'm going to just finish in 2 seconds. So Ngarrindjeri are faced with hundreds of people returning. And it's an immense challenge in terms of how you appropriately manage the return of so many ancestors, which they are working through. They have a keeping place. The community decisions are many and varied, and the governance around who makes decisions and the governance of the nation are something that our Ngarrindjeri colleagues talk a lot about, the relationship between repatriation and nation building. So what did we learn, right? Edinburgh University was an early decision. It was given significant support. There was much campaigning by students on campus. In other words, you can engage other people in your repatriation effort if that is an opportunity, an avenue you wish to go down. Very effective campaigning by Bob Weatherall and Mike Mansell. It shows us about the issue of archives and the absolute necessity of deep provenance research, and not accepting when people say, no, we don't have archives. I think all of us will tell you that we've heard on rather a number of occasions, the archives were lost in a flood. There was a fire. They were bombed. Yeah, it's actually what you're being told is the curator is not aware that archives exist. They have not come across them personally. They may not have looked for them, and they are looking towards something to explain it. And therefore, the relationship with that curator is really important at that point in time. Because if you say, well, you can't say, well, I don't believe you, because that's going to bust your relationship just like that. It's like, well, how about, can I look more? Well, I know actually that there's more archives because I have a listing from here. What do you think we go and have a look? That forming that relationship with people is key. There are many parties involved. I've talked a little bit about, the librarian, Paul Turnbull. There was a lot going on in the background. There were the First Nations campaigners, but also, the relationships that were forged at that time are still happening now. Narendra are a key part of the Triple R team. I've worked with people over the years because of those relationships that were formed. There's a huge need to share information and to manage your information, because 20 years on, you're going to need it again. So you need to be able to access it. It's the success of provenancing research. We went from ancestors of which were thought to be unprovenanced to where we know exactly who they are. Sometimes we know their names. It's a long haul process. I'm sure you've been told about that and know about that from Halle's experience. It's a commitment for a very long time, and the challenges continue all the time, but there's more and more successes as we all understand more about the process. And part of Edinburgh, also the legacy of it, is the work that we do as a team, Return, Reconcile, Renew. And if you haven't yet done so, I encourage you to have a look at our website, returnreconcilerenew.info. We have created between us all, Halle, Te Herekihi and Amber have been part of this initiative. Honor as well, who's on, Tim, who you heard from. So many more people are contributing to this because of our understanding that sharing information appropriately, there are 3 tiers of access in the archive, is important for everyone in terms of returning ancestors. So I hope that's given some insights that might be useful. I'm very happy, of course, to answer any questions. I don't think I've answered the questions that you sent in an email. Maybe I have obliquely. So very happy to talk about them. All right, thank you.
Mahalo nui. Thank you so much, Dr. Ford. And do we have any questions? I don't see. Okay. So I don't see any questions, but I understand Hale Aloha has a comment. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to share with Hawaiian viewers that we were able to repatriate 49 of our kupuna from the University of Edinburgh because of Cressida's help to help us inventory, do that provenance research at the archives there. And at that time, that was the shortest repatriation effort we ever were engaged in, because from when we first learned that they're present, when we actually repatriate them, was just under a year. And we were actually in London trying to repatriate from the Natural History Museum and running into a wall. And then we go to Edinburgh and the Scots just embrace us. And we were told that the magic words to the Scots to get them to repatriate to us was to tell them how much we despise the British, which we did. And they got us our kupuna repatriated. I just want to recognize and thank Cress for that work that she did for us there, as well as at Cambridge, at the Duckworth, as well as at the Natural History Museum, which, as I said earlier, was just concluded. So thank you for just constantly providing the kind of expertise and networking that's required to resolve some of these really complex situations we find ourselves in, especially in the international arena. So mahalo, just wanted to share that.
It's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope we can continue to do all these things and share this experience that we've learned with people. Thank you so much.
So I don't know if you answered this already, but I was just wondering, Dr. Ford, do you have a native background? Are you European? So what is your motivation or inspiration to do this kind of work?
What an excellent question. So I did archaeology, right, as an undergrad degree at Southampton University in the late 80s, which makes me really old. I can't believe that happened, actually. How quickly I got old. But anyway, and I was really lucky because the head of that department was this guy, Professor Peter Ako. And he'd been principal of the Institute of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies in Canberra. He was British. He'd come back to the UK. He was probably the only establishment figure in Europe at that time, certainly archaeologist, who was pro-repatriation. And I mean, what he would say, I think, is he would say, he wouldn't use that phrase. He would say, and this is really important, I think, he would say, the right to decide the future of these ancestors lies with their descendants. The right to decide. Yeah. So, and he was a real force, like the man was a force, you know, and so he would say, it doesn't matter that they are scientifically interesting. It doesn't matter. Don't get drawn into arguments about whether they are scientifically interesting or not. That's immaterial. Actually, don't even get drawn into arguments about ownership. It's immaterial. The question is, who has the right to decide? Yeah, and I really took that to heart. But anyway, through being involved in with archaeology at Southampton, he was also the founding force in the World Archaeological Congress. And the World Archaeological Congress is a global organization. Amber still, or until very recently, sat on the council of that, has a strong Indigenous participation and representation as its core fundamental. And it meant that I was privileged to hear from, through the World Archaeological Congress, meet and hear from First Nations all over the world in the late 1980s, and their key concerns were around the return of ancestors, right? And I started researching for the World Archaeological Congress. They had tasked WAC with finding out what ancestors were in the UK. So I got given that job, and I started reading the history, and the history is appalling. And no one was talking about the history, and the history of racism, the history of how ancestors were measured and studied for the purposes of, you know, promulgating, you know, vicious fiction and violent fiction about racial difference. So I mean, you know, I was reading all this stuff. I'd read all these amazing people. I'd listened to all these amazing people. I couldn't understand why people wouldn't return ancestors. And then I would listen to you know, those in museums say, no, they're scientific interesting, you know, knowing very well that they didn't even know what they had. And yeah, I've been involved ever since. You know, fundamentally, I think about it as a social justice issue. I think about it too as in an absolute necessity for museums and archaeologists and the disciplines, as well as the social justice issue and the absolute necessity for ancestors to go home. And, you know, people will say to me things like, oh, well, you know, this is around Indigenous belief. And I say, no, it isn't. It's about having empathy for how you felt at the funeral of your father. That's what it's about. It's about humanity. It's not about, you know, so-and-so's belief or this or that. Let's cut to the chase here. And I've been passionate about it ever since. And I've made incredible friendships and colleagues throughout. And we seem to be at this changing point now where there's more people interested in repatriation than are interested in, with some exceptions, as we all know. Anyway, there's a long answer. Sorry, I hope that helps.
Mahalo nui. Do we have any other questions? Anyone else? Okay, I thank you so much, Dr. Ford. So at this time, we introduce Dr. Amber Aranui. She's Maori and a repatriation advocate and published author. Hello, Mike. And a curator at Te Papa Tongareva National Museum. Aloha and welcome.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou I tēnei wā. Firstly, I'd like to thank Hale and the organisers for inviting me to talk today at the summit on this really important kaupapa. So I have a presentation, so I'll just bring that up. So you're able to see that, okay? Ko taki te te waka, ko kahura ana ki te maunga, ko ngaruroro ko tuki ngā awa, ko haungerea, ko mahu ngā marae, ko ngai te rangi koe anake, ko Ngāti Hinemanu ngā hapū, ko Ngāti Kahungunu me ngā te tūwhare toa ngā iwi, ko Amber Aranui a hau. So I guess as a bit of an introduction, I'll talk a little bit about how I got into this mahi, and you know, and sort of where I am today with the work that I'm doing. So importantly, I like to acknowledge first and foremost that I am wahine Māori, but I'm also a curator and a repatriation researcher for our National Museum Te Papa Tongarewa. And I wanted to share a little bit about how I got to this place. And similar to Cressida, I began as an archaeologist with a desire to learn more about the history of my people, not from a book or from someone who wasn't Māori, but firsthand in the dirt, in the whenua. But unfortunately, I sort of soon discovered that following behind a digger, watching my history be destroyed, was not the type of archaeologist I wanted to be. And around the same time, I learned about repatriation and what that was, and actually how meaningful it was. And so I applied for a research role in our repatriation program, Karanga Aotearoa, at Te Papa in 2008, and got the job. So I've been there ever since. More recently, I've moved into the curatorial space, where I now work with our taonga and reconnecting them with their people, one of a team of 5 Māori curators. And this mahi actually also includes repatriation and returning taonga back to their people. So though I'm in a new role, repatriation is still very much part of the work that I do. From a tribal perspective, I guess, I'm also working for my own people, Ngāti Kahungunu, to track down and return some very important taonga from 2 carved houses similar to the one you see behind me. And for one of these whare, the carvings are scattered all throughout the world, including 2 popo, which are in the Bishop Museum in Hawaii. So I guess my experience involves essentially working in 2 worlds, that of a descendant and that of an employee of an institution with a dark history of stealing ancestors and taonga. And as you can imagine, this is a place that can put one in some difficult ethical situations at times. But this work has enabled me to be able to understand the importance of repatriation, not only from the perspective of descendants, but also for the institutions who hold, collected, exchanged, and sold culturally significant taonga and ancestors. And so being given the opportunity to have travelled the world to undertake research as part of our role of bringing our ancestors home has been a way, you know, for those who have been away for some for hundreds of years, it has enabled me to engage in an important dialogue with these institutions. And that, for the most part, has been positive, and in rare cases has been not so positive. But for me, like you all here today, I think reconciling the past through repatriation is a personal story. So my experience, I think, over the years has enabled me to understand both sides of the repatriation process. I guess firstly, as a claimant, some of the issues that have been experienced is initially, being aware of exactly what institutions hold. And this isn't always clear. So from, I guess, a research perspective, doing as much research as possible in preparation for discussions is key. And I acknowledge that this isn't always possible, but I think, when you can, do a little bit of reconnaissance and try and obtain as much information as you can to start with. And I guess this is also connected to ensuring that you can access all of the information, such as accession records, correspondence, catalogue records, and Cressida has talked about that this morning. Knowing what information that they hold is key. The more specific you can be, the better. I think it's also important to note, and Cressida did mention that institutions really know exactly what they have in terms of information, especially within their archives. So in some cases, and for me, it's a preference, is that you go in and you do that research yourself, because you know what you're looking for. You know the key networks, you know the key locations within your homeland. And just from my experience, it's better that you do that yourself. So some of the kind of issues that are important to consider is understanding what their repatriation process is. Each museum will have their own unique process, and as hard as it is and can be at times, it's important you follow the process, because you'll find the more you follow that process, the less roadblocks you should face. And that's in general. I guess it all depends on the people that you're dealing with. And for me, it's about learning how to play them at their own game and be strategic. There can be an unwillingness to return, and Halia has talked about that this morning, and also Cressida. And, this includes not replying to emails or letters that are sent. But for me, I think don't give up. And it depends, I guess, on who you're contacting also. Sometimes those letters and those emails need to go higher up the chain. And sometimes they need to come further down the chain. And I know in my own experience, I have, when trying to reconnect with institutions who have not replied, then I just start adding people into those emails from that institution, and you'll find more often than not you'll end up getting a reply. But again, it's sometimes you might need to just leave it for a little while and then come back later, but don't give up. I think that's a really important thing to note. Developing relationships with institutions, I think, is really important, and Cressida has also touched on that. It's not, I guess in some ways, it's not just about bringing the tupuna home, but in most cases, or in a lot of cases, depending on the type of museum, they also hold our taonga, our cultural objects. So for me, I think continuing and creating really mutually beneficial relationships is key, because that relationship doesn't necessarily end when our tupuna go home. There's a lot of other archival information and actually taonga that we also want to reconnect with and maybe have returned one day. I think for museums, some of the issues that I've found that museums face is provenance research. And it's not always clear how much research or how much information institutions might have on the ancestors. And so they themselves have to undergo in-depth research. Well, they should, but sometimes they don't. And I think, this really varies by institutions. And it can take some time to uncover information. And Cressida has always also noted that. And so working, I think if museums work more closely with communities, I think they can help that process along. Because unfortunately, museums often have the view that they have all of the information. They are the ones that hold the knowledge. But in actual fact, it is the communities who hold that knowledge. And actually, if we work together, then sometimes it can make that process a little bit easier. Also, I think for museums, knowing who the right people are. I know that this is a concern for museums, and while they might be open to repatriation, there is the worry that they return ancestors back to the wrong people. And so I think, and maybe in Hawaii it's not such an issue, but it can be here in Aotearoa and possibly in the US as well. And so sometimes we have to provide information, whether it's a letter or something from the government, I guess, proving who we are. And while that's not ideal, again, sometimes it's something that we have to do and we have to be considerate about. Another sort of connected issue can be cross claims. And while this is not relevant for all peoples or all communities, it can be an issue here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So, it's important to kind of keep this in mind. They might ask you, is there any possibility that someone else is going to come along and ask for those ancestors? So I guess the museums are just sort of covering themselves and don't want to get themselves into trouble. And I think another thing is time. Confirming provenance, I think, can take some time, especially if there's only one person responsible for doing the research. And so, if we're able to undertake the research ourselves and help that process along, I think it's a really positive step forward. And within my new role as a curator, I now have an appreciation that sometimes patience is needed in this process. For me, with looking at returning taonga back to our various tribal nations here in Aotearoa, it's me doing that work, but that's not the only job I do. So as hard as it might be for some people, I think patience is key. And I think another thing to be considerate about is working to the process. So in some museums, the process and the policy, it might not run as smoothly as what we might portray to the outside world. So the people doing the research and progressing the claims for you, that point of contact, isn't the person that's making the decisions, and that is usually up to a board. And so just enabling that process to take place, I think is also important. And finally, I think for museums, some of the potential problems, or one of the potential problems, is fear. There is the fear that there is the loss of knowledge from their perspective. The fear that they're going to end up being out of a job. Fear that the museums are going to be empty spaces. And while from my perspective, I think some of those fears are irrational, those fears do exist. And so I think by trying to create meaningful relationships with those museums to try and ease some of that fear, I think would go a long way. I think if you're, I assume a lot of you here today are interested in becoming part of this kaupapa, this repatriation movement. So, just for me, just some advice that may be of help is, know how to play the game. And though for many of us, bringing our tupuna home is not a game, for me, I look at it in terms of being strategic, going in well prepared, especially if the institutions aren't open. So knowing and understanding policies and processes is really important. Understanding the laws of those countries, as Tim McEwen talked about this morning, will help determine the rules of engagement. Knowing who's been there before, what other Indigenous peoples have repatriated, make contact with them, learn what their experiences were, and this will help you in determining the way that you engage with those museums. And most importantly, and reflected in this image here, my slide, is the importance of networks and allies, either in the country where those ancestors are held, in the institutions where those ancestors are held, or like our project Return, Reconcile, Renew, these allies and networks are all around the world. And finally, I think one is be prepared to play the waiting game. You know, for me, no doesn't mean no, it just means not right now. So an example of this, I think, is Germany, and Tim has talked about that, Halle has talked about that. The video that we watched before the session also reflected the changes that have happened in Germany. I know when I first started, we were starting to contact institutions in Germany, many times we would get no reply, or there would be a, yes, we have ancestors, but we're not repatriating. And, you know, bring that forward to today, I would say Germany is probably the one of the most proactive countries in the world in terms of repatriation. And so in a way, we need to strike while the iron's hot, or while they are open, and bringing our ancestors home. I think as part of this mahi, and you'll all be aware of this, is ensuring that you take care of your wairua, your hine ngaro, and your tinana, your mind, your body, and your spirit. You know, this is a highly charged place and space. So ensuring that you have protection, they have the protection and support that you need, I think is key. You know, with institutions, you're more likely to be entering a space where there is a battle between culture versus science, between tupuna and specimen, spiritual connections to the people in place versus the development and understanding of the human species. So be prepared for these encounters. I thought, and so I think, you know, with that in mind, I wanted to just talk about some of our experiences from an Aotearoa New Zealand perspective. And just to note that Te Here will also be talking about some of this really important mahi. So for us, I think the desire and importance of returning our ancestors is reflected in the work that we've done. And though it began as early as the 1940s, it was really the 1980s where our international work really began and was brought to the attention to the wider public through the international exhibition Te Māori. And this opened in the Metropolitan Museum of Fine Arts in New York in 1984. So this exhibition showcased the fact that taonga, or our cultural objects, were not separate from the people to whom they were associated. Māori were a living culture, a people still very much linked to their past, and acknowledging this connection was instrumental for the repatriation movement in Aotearoa. So following the opening of the exhibition in 1985, through the work started by petitions in the 1940s and the support of museum directors and politicians, as well as the late Māori Queen, Dame Te Atairangi Kahu, one tupuna was returned back to Aotearoa, and that tupuna was taken by taxidermist Andreas Reischek in the 1880s. The interesting thing about this return is that it took place under the condition that no other ancestors were to be sought for return. Fortunately, that did not hold, and Te Here might talk about that when he shares his kōrero. So 3 years later, I think one of the most powerful early returns was undertaken by the Ngāpuhi leader, the late Sir Graham Latimer, which is seen in the image of the bottom right. So Latimer took an active approach to preventing the sale of a tupuna from the Bonhams Auction House in 1988. So he took this grievance to the High Court, to the New Zealand High Court, And Latimer was granted legal guardianship over Tupuna Māori, which this ancestor was later named. And out of his own pocket, he negotiated for the return of this ancestor and travelled to England to uplift him. He returned to Aotearoa and laid this ancestor to rest in Northland. And so that same year, Hapu Ngāti Hau of the Whanganui River travelled to Tasmania to uplift their tupuna Hohepa Te Umurua. So Te Umurua was sent to Hobart in 1846 as a political prisoner following battles in the Hutt Valley in Porirua, which is an area that I live. So he died of tuberculosis the following year and was buried on Maria Island in a public cemetery. And after 3 years of negotiations between the government of New Zealand and Australia, and at the request of the hapu, he was exhumed and returned to be buried with his people. Like Latimer, the late Maui Pomare, who is seen in the bottom right, was also a prominent Māori leader and also saw the importance of bringing our tupuna home. From the 1980s, his role as chair of the National Museum Council and during a Winston Churchill Fellowship, he began to negotiate for the return of poimoko or moko mokai. So they are our preserved, mainly tattooed heads of our ancestors. And so he also set the precedent that human remains or ancestors were not to be categorized as taonga or objects. During his time, he was involved in the return of over 30 ancestors from overseas. And the National Museum continued to repatriate ancestral remains throughout the 1990s until 2003, when a formal international repatriation program was established. And Tehiri will no doubt talk about that. While New Zealand was active on the international front, back home, many changes were also taking place. The 1970s was a time that's been coined the Māori Renaissance. And this included the rise of the Māori protest movement, focused on addressing treaty grievances, which included rights over land, language, culture, and also issues of racism. So this active reclamation of culture and identity included the rights over the protection of our burial sites and sites of significance to Māori. So for archaeology, for instance, in the 1970s, this was stronger Māori involvement, ensuring that if any ancestors were excavated during those archaeological digs, that they were to be returned and reinterred as soon as possible. So at that time, in general, most iwi or communities were not open for scientists to do studies on their ancestors, but some were. And that research was non-destructive. It was, I guess, describing the stories that the ancestors told by what remained on their bones. But if iwi were okay for that research to take place, there was that agreement that those ancestors were to be returned and reburied. But unfortunately, that was not always honoured. And some of those ancestors ended up in our museum. So following the establishment of the Waitangi Tribunal in 1975, New Zealand museums that had strong relationships with local Māori were proactively returning all of the ancestors that they held within their collections. Māori were also beginning to reclaim control over their cultural heritage, and this included the care of their ancestors. Ngāi Tahu, which is the largest iwi or tribal group in the South Island, developed its own Koiwi Tangata policy or human remains policy in 1993, which was the first of its kind in New Zealand. And museums soon followed suit. The late 1990s saw the development of policies either specifically around ancestral remains or included ancestral remains. So with the momentum increasing on tribal claims regarding the breaches of Te Tiriti o Waitangi in 1840, iwi also began to include the return of their ancestors in these claims. the most prominent being the return of over 60 tupuna back to Wairoba, which is located at the top of our South Island. This claim and subsequent repatriation was the result of 4 generations of fighting to have those ancestors returned following their theft in the 40s and 50s. The museum's reluctance to return these ancestors was due to the potential significance as Wairoba being one of the earliest sites of settlement from East Polynesia. So there's a whole story around that in itself. So with regards to the sustainability of repatriation efforts, you know, Cressida also said this, repatriation is not going anywhere, but there are still views that this is going to empty out our museums across the world. It is now part of museology throughout the world, so we need to normalise it and work hard with our partners to make this less scary for the museums and actually mutually beneficial for all. And I think this, in many ways, starts with a conversation, no matter how uncomfortable it might be. So in 2018, the New Zealand Museums Association, called Museums Aotearoa, had a conference in Christchurch in the South Island. And it was here that the first ever repatriation panel discussion took place. This panel discussion, in this panel discussion, I facilitated a conversation about some of the issues around repatriation and the ongoing care of our ancestors that were held in museums and other institutions within Aotearoa. The aim of this was really to remove any apprehension around the subject of repatriation and share the experiences of those museums who were actively involved. So this panel was made up of those working on repatriation within the museum sector across the country. And interestingly, all but 2 in that panel were Māori. So this discussion really motivated the wider sector to take a collaborative approach to the physical return of ancestors and resulted in the establishment of the New Zealand Repatriation Research Network. And so this image here is of our very first hui for the New Zealand Repatriation Research Network. And actually, you know, it's coming together and having like-minded people, like-minded allies, actually makes this mahi a whole lot easier. And I guess this is one of the ways we can work together in sort of decolonising repatriation or that space. Another way for me, I think, and for Te Here Kēkea would be working at this from the inside. You know, though we are both Māori, we also work within that museum space, within that colonised institution. So for me, trying to do this mahi from the inside out is one of those ways that we can participate in decolonising that process. Another potentially is policy and actually creating policy, being proactive in creating policy, working together with this group of people here and others. We created the National Repatriation Policy for Kōiwi Tangata and Associated Burial Objects in Aotearoa. And this policy is also a first of its kind. While it's not legally bound, it is a policy that's been adopted by Museums Aotearoa, and as such, all museums who belong to this association abide by or acknowledge and abide by the rules of this policy. And so this policy actually was written mainly by those of Māori descent who work in the space. So it's another way of working from the inside out. Also, I think, and I've noted, is we need to normalise repatriation. As I noted, it's not going anywhere. So we need to ensure that it is part of the everyday work that us that work within these institutions acknowledge and prioritise. And also, I think part of that decolonisation is also, it's about healing. And it's, while mainly it's about healing for ourselves, it also should be inclusive. You know, these institutions also need to do their own healing and acknowledging their role in this mahi. So I think, you know, in general, repatriation, the movement has grown considerably. Repatriation with regards to reconciliation isn't really just about the physical return of these ancestors and taonga. It's more than that. It's about returning and reconnecting knowledge. It's about regaining our tino rangatiratanga or sovereignty over land, taonga, knowledge, culture, language, and our history. It's about acknowledging the roles of the past for institutions in particular, and apologizing for the pain that this has caused people over generations. It's about creating real and meaningful relationships that are mutually beneficial. And it's about learning from the past so that we can ensure that this does not happen again. So I've chosen this whakatauki, or proverb that reflects, I think, initially I was going to say from a Māori perspective, but I think from a Polynesian perspective, the importance held for the past. Our dead, our taonga, our stories are all valued aspects of our past, which are seen as being integral to shaping our future. So this is one of the reasons why I think Māori are so active in the repatriation movement. So titiro whakamuri kia whakairo te huarahi whakamua. Kia ora.
Mahalo nui. Thank you so much for that. Very beautiful and profound. Do we have, I don't see any questions, or do we have any questions here for Dr. Aranui? Okay, or comments. Okay, I think we'll continue on. Te Kiekie Herewini Maori, head of repatriation of the Karanga Aotearoa Repatriation Program, administered by the Museum of New Zealand Te Papa Tongarewa. Welcome and aloha.
Kia ora. Wakarongo akira ki te tangi a te manu I runga I te rangi e tui ai runga, tui ai raro, tui ai roto, tui ai waho. Tui ai ngā tangata, tui ai ngā kōrero, tui ai ngā karakia. Nō reira, tui tawa mai runga, tui tawa mai raro, tui tawa mai roto, tui tawa mai waho. Ke tau ai te Māori tū, te Māori ora ki te katoa, haumi e hui e, tāki e. Aloha nui ia oko, nā ohana o Hawaii nei. Aloha nui, aloha nui, aloha nui. What a privilege for myself to be presenting at this series of presentations around repatriation. Kia ora, Amber and Cressida. I'll probably talk a lot about Amber's work during my session as well. So Amber was the repatriation researcher for Karanga Aotearoa for over 11 years. And so Amber did build up a very strong knowledge base of research for Karanga Aotearoa, which we still reference to this very day. And so I'll talk a bit more about Karanga Aotearoa, calling our ancestors home, and some of the work that we do around international repatriation. And so I'm actually not in Aotearoa, I am actually in Germany. I'm at Göttingen University and I'm on that fellowship, the Sensitive Provenance Research Project. And so I've been here for about a month. I've got about another 2 months to go. And so the work that I'm doing on the fellowship is to actually research the provenance for the Māori and Moriori ancestral remains. But in my normal life, I am the head of repatriation for the Karanga Aotearoa Repatriation Program. So I'll talk a bit more about that in my presentation. For those that don't know where Aotearoa is, if you look towards the bottom of the map, those two big green islands, Actually, one of them is called Te Ika Maui, the fish of Maui. The other one's called Te Waipounamu, which is reference to the South Island, or it could be called Te Waka a Maui, the canoe of Maui. So to the right of mainland New Zealand is a group of islands called Reakohu, which is the Chatham Islands. So the Maori people are the indigenous people, or tangata Maori, tangata whenua o Aotearoa, and the Moriori people are the Chakat Hinu, or the tangata whenua of Reakohu, the Chatham Islands. So I'll talk about Māori and Moriori because our project covers both groups, and we are both Polynesian groups, and we're indigenous to our respective parts of New Zealand. And so obviously, as Polynesians, we connect with other parts of Polynesia, including Hawaii and Rapa Nui, Easter Island, and everything that is in between. For my presentation today, I'll talk about, do a little bit of more of an introduction about myself, my interest in the repatriation of Māori and Moriori ancestral remains. The Māori actually have a long tradition, according to our oral histories in regards to repatriation. And I'll also look at the history and trade and collection of Māori and Moriori remains. And number 5, seeking the return of our tūpuna and karapuna, which is the Moriori word for ancestors. And then we can open it up for questions. And so this is a bit more about me. You can see my tūpuna, my ancestors that have been arranged. My tribal groups that I belong to are Wanganui, Taranaki, Te Arawa, Ngāpuhi, and Tainui. Part of my history is I do have some very naughty ancestors, and that's ancestors belonging to both Ngāpuhi and Tainui, and my ancestors from Tainui belong to Ngāti Tōrangatira. And so both Ngāpuhi, my Ngāpuhi ancestors and Ngāti Tōrangatira ancestors were part of the trade of the toimoko. So toimoko is what Amber talked about before, and so those are the mummified heads. What is repatriation? Ko te mahi e whakahoki ngā tūpuna ki te haukainga, returning our ancestors to their homeland. And so in my kōrero, I talk about repatriation as having a 3,000-year history for Māori. And so us Māori come from tropical Polynesia. And so our history in Polynesia, if you go back to Samoa, Tonga, and even the islands of Fiji or Viti, our ancestors arrived there about 3,000 years ago. And so that's why I say 3,000 years. And within those groups, tropical Polynesia, we have our original stories related to our ancestors named Tāwhaki, Kārihi, Rata, and Whakatau Pōtiki. And when these ancestors were living in tropical Polynesia, that's when the stories of repatriation came to the forefront. And so when our ancestors were on these islands, they had to watch out for raiding parties from other islands. And sometimes these raiding parties would take the ancestral remains, sometimes they would take living human beings and take them back to their homelands. And so it was the responsibility of the family to rescue their loved ones and to rescue their koiwi, their ancestral remains. But the proviso was that you actually had to use a number of strategies to bring your tūpuna back, your koiwi tangata back. You not only had to rescue your ancestors, but you had to annihilate the people that took your ancestors. And the way of doing that is that you actually had to understand the weaknesses of your enemy so that you may use their weakness against them. And so that's captured within our stories. And so those are the principles that have been handed down through the generations from tropical Polynesia to us in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And so they've been told in various ways within our iwi, our tribal regions and tribal stories. And through these kōrero, these oral histories, we have a very deep cultural and spiritual, they have a very deep cultural and spiritual significance for Māori and Moriori. And so why do I say kōiwi tangata and tūpuna are so important? And Edwards referred to this in his presentation, is that contained within the kōiwi, or kōiwi, there are 4 elements. One is mana, prestige, the other is rangatiratanga, chiefly authority, the other is mauri, life force, and the final one is tapu, or sacred power. So these are contained or stored within our kōiwi tangata, and so that's why our kōiwi are so important to us, because it's these sacred properties within our bones that we have to protect from other outside forces that do not belong to our whānau, our hapu and our iwi, our particular tribal group. And so I'll go into the beginnings of Europeans arriving into Aotearoa. And so the first European to set eyes on Aotearoa, New Zealand, was actually Abel Tasman, and he arrived in December 1642. He actually saw the South Island. However, he did not set foot on New Zealand because he found Māori to be very warlike, and he was worried about the safety of his sailors, and so he sailed off into the sunset. The next person to come was Captain Cook, and so the same strategy by Māori at that time did not work with Captain Cook. And Captain Cook brought with him a man named Tupaia, who actually could speak. Obviously, Tupaia was from French Polynesia, and he spoke of various languages from French Polynesia, and some of those languages are very much like Māori. And so when Tupaia was engaging with conversations with Māori, there was open communication. And so there were a range of different experiences that Captain Cook had with Māori, and a lot of the beneficial experiences was generated by Tupaia that could communicate with Māori at that time. One of the first initial trades of human remains or ancestors that were taken was a toimoko, or a mummified head, when Captain Cook first arrived into Aotearoa. And so that's the first time, well, written about, when the trade of ancestral remains between Māori and Pākehā, or foreigners. I just wanted to show you some pictures of the places where Abel Tasman and both Captain Cook spent some time. So we actually have a park at the top of our South Island called Abel Tasman Park. Its original name is Tōtaranui, and so that is the beautiful location that Abel Tasman saw. And the other area is the Bay of Islands, which is with the top of our North Island. And so that is where Captain Cook spent a lot of time accessing fresh water, fresh food, fish, and also other cultural taonga artifacts as he engaged with Māori communities in the North Island. And so now I'm going to talk about the trade of Māori and Moriori human remains. And so I do refer back to my own ancestors when I talk about the trade of toimoko, the mummified heads. My ancestors from both Ngāti Toa Rangatira and Ngāpuhi were involved in the trade of these heads when Europeans came to Aotearoa, New Zealand. And so the mummified heads were actually, for Europeans, was a highly prized curiosity. And so the Europeans wanted to obtain these mummified heads because they were unique, and they could get good prices for them when they traded them in Australia, Sydney, or they took them to North America or to Europe. And so eventually these types of human remains went into cabinets of curiosity in Europe or North America. Some of our chiefs that were involved in the trade of Toimoko, one of them from Ngāpuhi is Ngihika. There are other numerous ones, but some of the items they wished to trade the mummified heads for were muskets, gunpowder, and other Western goods. So I've done an estimate of the number of toimoko that were traded between 1770 and 1840, and approximately over 270, close to 300 were traded at that time. I did want to put a number to this particular trade. It's because it shows that it was more of an opportunistic trade. Toimoko, that's over a 70-year period would be about 3 or 4 that were traded over that period. And so that was the first, because I've broken the trade of Māori and Moriori human remains into two different periods. One period is the initial trade of the toimoko, and the second period is actually through the people or agents that worked through colonial museums, or people that came to New Zealand after 1840 and went into our wāhi tapu, our sacred places, obtained our ancestors, and then traded them overseas. Pākehā or foreigners came to our country, and there's a very important treaty that was signed between Māori and the British Crown, and so that was in 1840. It's called Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and what this treaty enabled Māori and Pākehā or the Crown to do was that the treaty allowed the British Crown to actually establish the government within our country, but it also protected the property rights of Māori chiefs. So they maintained their access to properties such as their whenua, their lands, their fisheries, their taonga, so their cultural treasures, and also their koiwi tangata, our ancestral remains. From the 1860s, more British settlers started arriving from overseas, and they sought Māori land. And so from the 1860s, Māori were viewed, because Māori didn't want to sell our land to the government or to the new settlers, Māori were put in a position of being called rebels by the New Zealand government, and because they were in a position of being labelled rebels, then their land could be confiscated by the British Crown. And so there were millions of acres of land that was confiscated by the New Zealand government from the 1860s. Also, a very important incident happened in regards to the treaty. And so in 1840, Māori were considered chiefs that had the ability to sign a treaty between them and the British Crown. By 1877, the treaty was declared by a judge, Pendergrass, based on a court case from 1823 in the USA, Johnson versus McIntosh judgment, where our treaty was considered a simple nullity. So Amber's actually talked about this to some degree during her presentation around what happened about 100 years later after our treaty became a nullity, and I'll actually talk about it further later on as well. What I do want to highlight is that with Pākehā coming to our country, they were involved in the trade of koiwi tangata going into our wāhi tapu. Some of them were actually employed by the Crown, the British Crown, some of them were employed by colonial museums. And some of the research that actually Amber did was identify over 3,000 Māori and Moriori ancestral remains were taken from our sacred repositories. about, I would say, 900 of those particular ancestors were traded overseas from after 1840, and the remainder actually remained within our country and within our institutions and within our regional museums, including Te Papa. And so one of the interesting things about our country is that our leaders were looking overseas so that they could repatriate our ancestors overseas. But in reality, the majority of our ancestors were actually within our local museums. And so the interesting thing about New Zealand is we always think the problem is overseas and not within our own communities. And I think that's a revelation that we've realised in the last few years, that the biggest problem of trading in Māori and Moriori remains was within our own local museums. Amber's already talked about the leadership offered by many Māori leaders, so I won't repeat what she said, and so I'll go straight on to the creation of the Karanga Aotearoa Repatriation Program. And I just want to go through some of our policy guidelines. And so what did happen as a result of very strong leadership from the 1980s of seeking our ancestors home is that the New Zealand government decided that it was a priority for Māori and Moriori for our ancestors to come home. So they established a program with these policies that is supported by the New Zealand government, resourced by the New Zealand government. So if you look right at the bottom, in New Zealand dollars, we actually receive $500,000 per annum, which goes to Te Papa to actually facilitate our international repatriations. So that's actually quite a big move for a government to do to support its Indigenous people. And so the other aspects of our policy include the government acknowledges its role as a facilitator. It does not claim ownership of koiwi tangata, koiwi tangata, which is the Moriori word, and toi moko. And so we are asked by our government to invite institutions to repatriate. So we only do repatriation by mutual agreement. We do not pay for our ancestors to come home. But what we do is that we send a delegation of kaumātua elders as part of the handover ceremony to bring our ancestors home. Another part of the policy is that Māori and Moriori are to be involved in all aspects of the repatriation work and to determine the final resting place. And we can only and our tikanga, our customary practices are expected to be part of our repatriation of bringing our ancestors back from overseas. So these are our repatriation advisory panel members. Unfortunately, our Nani Hoki passed away earlier this year, and she spent many years supporting our repatriation program with her expert knowledge and our customary practices, doing the role of the wahine. The wahine have a special role, spiritual role of connecting with the tūpuna, and so she facilitated that role. And so the other people on the repatriation advisory panel are recognised experts in Te Reo Māori, our Māori language, and also Tikanga Māori, our customary practices. And they come from various tribal groups. Some of them are actually high-level policy advisors for the New Zealand government. And so that's where we get our strong policy knowledge from as well. And some of them are very acknowledged cultural practitioners of our customary arts as well. And the person on the bottom to the far right is our kaihotu for Te Papa, and that's Dr. Arapata Hakuwai. And so what's important about the repatriation advisory panel is that they give us key advice around repatriation, about negotiating the return of our ancestors, around overcoming challenges to repatriation, because they've had vast experiences of working in environments that can be challenging to Māori, challenging to Indigenous people, and challenging in regards to repatriation. So there's 4 stages to our mahi, our work. First stage is scoping and research. The second stage is negotiation with overseas institutions. The third stage is physical repatriation, where we bring the ancestors back to Te Papa, and they're placed in our Wāhi Tapu, our sacred repository. And and then finally, after confirming provenance, we negotiate the return back to their iwi, or their rohe, their tribal region. This work can take many years, and I'll talk about that later as well. So I just wanted to share some images of repatriations or bringing the ancestors back from overseas. And so when the ancestors do come back, the communities of origin, or the iwi, the tribal groups, will are invited to actively participate in the pōwhiri, the welcoming process. They carry their ancestors on, and they are formally welcomed home on Rongo Maraeroa, which is our national marae at Te Papa. And so we adorn our ancestors when they come home and placed on the atamira, the stage, with the finest of cloaks, as a recognition of their tapu, their sacredness, and their mana. This process of bringing our ancestors home actually reconnects the mana and tapu of our ancestors to them, but also to the whenua, to our land. I also wanted to show what happens when our ancestors go back to have the opportunity to go back to their rohe, or iwi, or their tribal region. So this is a repatriation. The Wanganui Regional Museum did a karanga, did a call for all museums around the country, or institutions that house their particular tribal ancestors, to bring them back to the regional museum there, and they would welcome them back. And as part of the process, they were welcomed back to Wanganui, and then they were buried in the urupa, the local urupa. So there is active participation by iwi, the tribal groups, working with the regional museums to repatriate their particular ancestors from around the country, and to return them to Papatūānuku, to the Earth Mother. My presentation's quite short, so I'm quite open to questions, but I did want to answer some of the questions that have been raised. And so the question number 1, problematic areas on claimant side and museum side regarding to repatriation. One of my first experiences of international repatriation was in 2007, November 2007. I had only been in my job for about a month, and we went to uplift our tupuna in museums in the United Kingdom. And so one of my first experiences of a handover ceremony as the chair of one particular institution, did an acknowledgement speech, but part of that speech is that he said he was pleased to return these ancestors because they were of no value, or of little value to them. And so this was mentioned by Cressida as well, and also by Amber, and also other speakers around the language used by institutions. It can be quite dehumanizing and belittling, and also as an Indigenous person, as a Native person, hearing that your ancestors are of little value to anybody can be quite upsetting. And so these sorts of experiences is that you have to acknowledge that people that work in museums or people that work in institutions have no knowledge or are unaware of the wairua, the spiritual connection that we as Indigenous people have with our ancestors. The other incident that occurred is that we were doing a handover ceremony and we went to actually uplift the ancestor that was in the conservation box within the museum and to put it into the new conservation box and travelling case. And what we realised after lifting up the ancestor that the upoko, the head had been screwed to the stand. And so that's another situation where your wairua can be quite disappointed in what institutions have done to our koiwi and our tupuna, is that they feel it's their right to treat our ancestors with disrespect. And by putting a screw into the skull of our ancestor, they are tampering with the tapu, the sacredness of our ancestor. And so once again, museums or institutions need to be aware of how they treat our ancestors and to ensure that whether there's the screws or any form of contraption that is connected to our ancestors are taken out of the ancestor before the handover ceremony or before we arrive. In respect to problems related to the claimant community, what I would just encourage is that when you do international repatriations is to go with a unified voice, bring all your kaumātua, your elders together and speak with a unified voice. What I would encourage the governments of such as is that if you have Indigenous people, is to resource your Indigenous people to do the work to bring their ancestors home. Because I think resourcing is a very big issue for Indigenous people. If you have a resource that comes over a 10-year, 20-year period, you can actually strategically plan, you can contact institutions overseas, and you know that you have the resources if they agree to bring your ancestors home. I'm going to go straight down to number 5, efforts taken to decolonise the repatriation process. So what you would realise from our particular template of the Karanga Aotearoa repatriation program is that it is Māori-led, is resourced by the New Zealand government, and tikanga Māori is a natural part, or our customary practices is a natural part of our program. That's quite important, and we see, even though we are part of a museum, we are working in partnership with both Māori and Moriori. And our people can be very hard people and, well, can be challenging at times, but we're here to serve our iwi, our tribal groups, and we're here to ensure that our ancestors come home. So I think I'll just open it up to questions now.
Helene, one question I had is, what out of the numerous repatriation experiences that you guys have had, which one would you say stands out in your mind? What institution, what experience, stood out in your mind in terms of respectful expression of humanity?
I think all ceremonies, repatriation ceremonies, are important in their own way. One of the repatriations we did this year was in May, and so we received one of our tupuna back from Hawaii through Edward and in his group. And so Te Papa became the facilitator or the handover ceremony for also Oiwi kupuna going back to Hawaii. And so that ceremony was actually quite important for us because we wanted to offer our manaakitanga, our aroha to our Hawaiian relations, to uplift their kupuna. And we wanted to show our respect for the Hawaiian kupuna as well, and the delegation. In respect to every repatriation is important, but every repatriation is different. I think other panelists have talked about it as well, as it's around building that relationship with the international institutions. I think one of the key things to do is, as Indigenous people, you have to go with the mind of educating an institution, educating them around humanity, educating them around the wairua, the spiritual aspects, and educating them around the importance of repatriation. One of the things I have noticed is be patient. When an institution does not want to repatriate, there's so much work to do elsewhere. So if an institution such as the British Museum or an institution such as the Harvard Peabody in Boston do not wish to repatriate, I just bide my time and go elsewhere and negotiate the returns from other institutions. And so when we did approach the Harvard Peabody in Boston in 2013, what they said to us was their priority was NAGPRA. And so we accepted that, the local Indigenous people returning their ancestors was most important. And so we just waited for the right time. And so sometimes the right time is when the old school thinking is replaced by new school thinking. And part of that is just the old management is replaced by young, fresher people that are aware of Indigenous issues, that are aware of different museology practices, and that are aware of movements such as the Black Lives Matter movement and the importance of connection with communities. Yep. Any other questions?
Yes. Does your program have you guys training the next, like for us, we had to address the issue of, we're all older. I started when I was 25, I'm 58. And so we are addressing the issue of training the next generation of practitioners to understand how to find them, how to advocate for their return, and how to bring them home. So we're going through that now. How are you guys addressing that?
I think there's two different avenues. One is in regard, I think Amber can answer this question as well, is around research training. I think that's very academic based and quite important. In respect to cultural training or training around the taha wairua, the spiritual elements, I think that is something that we learn is within your own family grouping, your own whānau. And also we as Māori, we still maintain our tangihanga practices, our funerary practices of acknowledging the tupuna, acknowledging our loved ones that are passed on. And we have a 3-day process of tangihana, where you learn karakia, where you learn to be a kai kōrero, where you learn the female aspects of our spirituality, the male aspects, speech making, and you can, if you've been brought up within a Māori-centered family, that's part of your upbringing. And also part of the upbringing is when you go from one tribal group into another tribal group, you learn about diplomacy, and you learn about different customary practices that other tribal groups may not practice, but because you go into their territory, you follow their ways. And so you can learn from your own, well, these are some of the things that I learned as a young person and growing up. But also there's an academic aspect of research that I think you can learn within an academic institution, and I think that's quite important.
Yeah, so mahalo nui for that awesome presentation and just the depth of which, the sharing of the depth of which, the approach was taken to uplift the responsibility of repatriation. I've been a repatriation practitioner for 3 decades now, and I am proud to say that I've been inspired by the efforts of the Papa Tonga Rewa, the Maori people, especially when these cases, as we all pointed out, take a long time, and it requires this really inner strength to have that kind of patience, and to resort to our spiritual traditions, as the guide. I just wanted to mahalo you and Amber for helping share that that example of a people whose cultural and spiritual values and practices are so well intact that it's never a question of how to proceed, how to address problems. Oftentimes we get stuck because colonization has been very successful in Hawaii, and Christianity has been very successful, and we gotten disconnected, and so we're on this journey to returning to who we are. So, again, mahalo for helping us, see what life could be like if we would just do as our kumu said and return to who we are. Mahalo for that. I have a question for Chris. Chris, can you hear me? If you could talk a little bit about the importance of databasing, information sharing, because we're just starting our database and we're following the lead of RRR in terms of getting set up so that we can make information that we come across accessible to other Indigenous groups who are either on their journey or just beginning their journey to return their kupuna home.
Absolutely. Thank you, Hale, for the question. It's a very good one. Of course, it's a question that can be answered simply and shortly, and also you can take about a week. Information in repatriation is so important for so many reasons, and let's take the fundamental reason. Ancestors are anonymous, really, to a very large degree, although there are aspects of that we could look into more. But without knowledge of where they came from and who they are, the repatriation space is very, very, very complicated. So information that's associated with ancestors as they traveled away from their homelands into a museum context or collection context, that information does travel with them generally, but it is vulnerable at all points in the transfer of being divorced from them. Yeah, so at the point, from the historical point at which they were taken to the historical point at which someone comes looking for them, that ancestor can travel in many, through different institutions, through different collectors, so-called thieves, through all these different things. And at each point, paper trail can be produced. And at each point, they are vulnerable, particularly when they get into an institution, the archives disappear from them. Like, for example, you know, I was saying the Anatomy Museum at Edinburgh, it was dismantled. Luckily, the archives stayed actually in the Anatomy Institution, but often if a collection is transferred to another department or is largely forgotten about, the records can go somewhere else. They can either stay in the institution whereas the ancestors go on, or they can go off into the archive somewhere else. So the information is what tells us that those people are from this particular place. They were taken from this particular place, which means that informed decisions by their kin about how to welcome them home, it informs many decisions, but it also informs the repatriation claim process. You know, what kind of obstacles an institution may put up or not. So it's hugely important for the repatriation process. So therefore, keeping a very good record of that historical information is absolutely key. But also repatriation produces information. So it produces information such as, well, this repatriation claim, there's a claim document, that's an archive, piece of information to store and hold dearly. It's, you know, there are events, handover ceremonies, all of these which also tell a story about how people came to find them and bring them home. And in 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 years' time, that story of how people achieved this incredible thing that you've been hearing, you know, about Te Papa's work, Hale's work, Honor's work, Tim's work, all the work that people have done, that's an incredibly important history because it's been a transformative history. And it also is testimony to a silenced history of colonialism. You know, the victor writes the history. So all of this work, all of this testimony that's built up through this effort to gain ancestors home bears witness to a history that was largely silenced and creates a new history, a First Nations history, yeah, that's created by First Nations people and their voices, your voices. For all of those reasons, information is critical. So the question is, how do you store it and keep a hold of it? So we've also had instances in which the museum, we know, deleted all the information about the returned remains from their database. So 15 years after a repatriation, when a repatriation person was looking to how do we rebury this ancestor, which was returned to Australia 15, 20, whatever years ago, we don't have any information relating to them, very minimal, because again, the information flow, that vulnerability of information getting separated from ancestors again happens in the repatriation process because they can pass through many different institutions, hands or whatever. So you've got to keep information with ancestors. It was even worse for this case because they knew that they'd come from an institution in the UK and they contacted the institution in the UK, and the UK didn't have any. The person looking in the catalogue couldn't see any information about them. It was only the people who'd been involved in the repatriation 15, 20 years ago who knew that actually the information was sitting at X, Y, and Z. So building a knowledge base around repatriation endeavours is critically important. And, you know, a lot of people are looking into how to do that. Our team has worked on it for quite a while, and we use a particular system because we've been looking at a whole range of things, you know, Indigenous governance, data sovereignty, access tiers. So while you may be able to get a catalogue of, you know, a German institution, it might be available online through Internet Archive. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's appropriate for that information to be in the public domain. So in the archive that we create, the First Nations in the team direct what should be seen publicly or is too risky to be seen publicly, because we're bringing all the information together. You know, we're centralizing information. So there's many ways, there's many software platforms, there's many different you know, database systems. My my kind of messages would be, think really carefully about your information, because you're going to need it potentially 15 to 20 years later when you come across a situation in which an ancestor body may be in 2 different institutions, and you need that archive that you dealt with years before to help. So there's an example of that Halle can talk about recently. So be aware that information is really important, and be aware that information management is really tricky. Like, it can be really tricky, and it can be simply dealt with in terms of keeping information in a certain place. That's really important. You can deal with it simply, but for some reason, information flow is hard, and people think it's easy, which makes it more complicated. It's not, it's hard. And the other thing is, keep the evidence of your repatriation endeavor, because that's unbelievably important too. Yeah, I'm really happy, as I'm sure we all are, to talk about these kind of things, and about what platforms to use, what's easy, what's not easy, what works well in your certain situation. But yeah, it's a really important thing to think about. Yeah, I hope that answers a little bit, Halle, what your question was.
Yes, mahalo. And the example that comes to mind just happened in May of this year while we were in London at the Natural History Museum. They identified a remain that belonged, an EV that belonged to a repatriation that was done by another museum. And I needed identification information for that. So I call back to Cress and Wynn, and immediately get the information. We're able to confirm that the Natural History Museum had the EV that belonged to a skull that was already repatriated to us 9 years earlier. And we knew exactly now where to take it. We were able to confirm it with our information, because this is all about confirming, because you got to get this right. And it happened. I mean, it demonstrated the real importance of maintaining this information in support of repatriation work. So mahalo, Chris, for that. Before I ask each of the speakers to provide their closing statements, Amber, can I ask you one question? Because it's related, I have a self-interest in it. The question is, what advice would you have to young, Indigenous people who are looking to become museum curators? My daughter's doing her second internship at the Peabody Essex Museum in Salem, which has the largest Native Hawaiian collection outside of Hawaii within the United States. And then she wants to study to be a conservator. What advice would you have for young, natives who are looking to do this? We're seeing this in our Bishop Museum, where the Native voice is getting strong from within, is getting stronger and stronger in helping really, direct support the direction that the museum is going in.
Well, kia ora, Halle. I think first and foremost, you're right. We need more Indigenous peoples within these spaces. I think I'm lucky to work at an institution where we look after our own taonga. And I think that's key. But also, I think, and Tahiti can sort of talk to this as well, is that we need to make sure that while we're within these spaces, we're kept safe spiritually. But I mean, I would encourage any of you out there who are, whether it be interested in repatriation space, interested in museums, or even archaeology, we need more of our voices in these spaces so that we can lead more ethical ways of caring for and undertaking research on our ancestors and our taonga. Yeah, I think it's definitely something that's increasing. And, I'm really encouraged when I visit places like the Bishop Museum, and I see more and more Hawaiians in those spaces, whether they be within that curatorial space or within the education space or in the front of house space, because these spaces are colonial constructs, I guess, that are talking about us and our people and our history. So if that's the case, and that's not going to change anytime soon, at least it should be us that's telling that story. And, you know, I feel like, you know, we need to infiltrate these spaces so that we can make changes. And those changes might not take place in our generation. It might be this next generation, but it's important that we get in there and we make change, and we start to rattle things up when they need to be. Question the ethics around, you know, some of the things that are happening within museum spaces. And that's why I'm so glad to be able to work in a place like Te Papa. And it's not perfect. You know, we've also got a long way to go, but we have a good base where we as Māori, we can get together, we can talk about issues that we have, and we can help make those changes.
Mahalo nui. Thank you for that. And mahalo to all of the speakers who agreed to help us, you know, dive into these really, you know, significant issues and share information. You know, we believe that, you know, we need to arm our people with ike, with knowledge. So with that, Anna, can I ask you to start in terms of, you know, final statements?
Oh, hi, everyone. I'm still here. Thank you so much for all of the presentations. I've known many of you for quite a long time now, and you always inspire me, and I always learn something new. So it's been good to work with you over the years, and Hale Waddell for inviting me here to this International Repatriation Summit. I really think, you know, over these past couple of years, I've been able to come home again after about 20 years working all over the world in international repatriation and sacred lands protection. And it's good to be around family. And I think what you're doing is significant, because the more we are teaching the youth, the more that we know that this work will continue and our ancestors can come home. So, and you've always been, all of the people here have been wonderful mentors to me over the years, and helpful in so many ways. I guess in closing remarks, I really like that last question you asked, Amber, about, you know, what our youth can do, our Indigenous youth. I think one of the most important things in arming yourself with knowledge is talking with the old folks in your communities, and the folks with knowledge in your community, and learning your family's history, and learning about repatriation so that you can walk into a situation and know how to advance that situation, to advance that ability for that ancestor or cultural item to come back home. We build and add on to that knowledge with each generation, and reconnecting, making those connections is vitally important. There's a lot of strategy there that you can come to know, and it won't be as hard, I think, as some folks who initially had to be in there in the beginning fighting for our ancestors and cultural items to come home had to do. So I'm grateful for you, and I can't wait to see what you'll be doing in the future.
Mahalo nui. Mahalo. Tim, you still with us? Dr. McEwen? Oh,
I'm still here.
any closing
Um,
remarks, advice for our viewers?
I think you and your organization are to be commended for organizing such a thing to transfer information on repatriation to the next generation to continue it. It's obviously very much needed. I think one of the messages that is rung very clearly throughout is that the repatriation road is not an easy one. It requires a strong heart and a thick skin. Whether you're a Native Hawaiian organization member or leader, or tribal member or leader, or some faceless bureaucrat that's trying to move the statute along, it's not for the faint of heart. But I think the rewards, emotional rewards, personal rewards, very much outweigh the bad things that happen. Personally, I'm the kind of person that likes the smell of napalm in the morning. So I thrive on some of the confrontation. But I think all of the participants, I think, are to be commended for taking the first or second or third step down this path. So thank you to you.
Mahalo. Chris? Any closing remarks or advice for our viewers?
Hello, can you
yeah.
repeat that? Did you talk,
if you
did
have
you
any-
talk to me? I'm sorry. Tim is right here opposite me, so I had to turn my sound off. Otherwise we'd get
If you have
feedback.
any closing remarks for our viewers?
Oh, look, I completely echo what Honor has said and what Tim has said. The journey over the last 30 years has been, you know, enriching hugely. What I did want to maybe leave people with is we have been recently having more conversations with colleagues in Africa and colleagues in South America and colleagues in Nagaland in India and Japan. You know, this is a global experience because colonialism was a global violence. And of course, these so-called collections contain ancestors from all over the world. So maybe a reflection would be, know that you have support from many people and you can reach out for whatever reason, and we do it all the time with each other. You know, even if it's like you've read something or come across something that is so horrible, you have to talk to people, or you've found something that's so elating, so amazing that somebody did, you want to share it or need to share information. But know also that there's a lot of people who are just engaging in this. They know that this has happened historically, you know, the understanding and knowledge about it, but people really engaging like you are. There are a lot of people coming in from a lot of different countries on this now, and learning from them. We taught a course a couple of weeks ago. Learning from them about their situations is also hugely valuable as well. So anyway, there you go. Thank you so much.
Mahalo. Thank you. Thank you for the constant inspiration. Amber? Amber, can you hear me? Oh, her picture's frozen. Just in case she can't, Hedewini, can you write your closing statements?
Yep, thank you once again for inviting me to this panel. I think I've got two final statements to say. One is for the young people, the rangatahi, that want to start within the repatriation work or within curatorial practice within museums, is that maybe you may not get your initial job within a museum straight after getting your degree. But just, it actually took me over 20 years when I finished my degree to actually get a job within a museum. And so what is good is to build up your work experience, to build up your knowledge of working with communities, your own Indigenous community, supporting, getting told off by your kaumatua. I've been told off so many times in my younger days, and that's a process of, it's a bit harsh, but it is a process of learning. And so, yeah, so you may not get your first job straight away in a museum, but keep working at it. The other thing is that my final statement is around, as I get older, I think I've still got about 20 or 30 years to go, but I do realize that my upbringing is a fusion of both Christianity and our traditional religion. And so in my family's belief is that when we pass on to the next world, we go to our family, we are received by our family members on the other side. And so it's a bit selfish of me, but I want all my ancestors to be there, and I don't want them to be around the world somewhere else. And so repatriation is so important to make sure that we are one family again in the next world.
Yo, mahalo nui. Mahalo. Some of the closing things I wanted to say was one, and someone alluded to it earlier, is the recognition that there's what I call repatriation PTSD. So throughout our journey and through our training, we're always taught how to process kaumaha, how to process anguish. And every time you get exposed to information on how a particular ancestor was mistreated, you're exposed to that kaumaha, and you lose a part of yourself, because now you're dialing into the pain that ancestor experienced. And so I refer to it as repatriation PTSD. And, it manifests itself. Tim talked about liking the smell of napalm in the morning. When I first started doing this work, so did I, as you know. We have this famous story of these two, our royal twins, Kamanawa and Kame'iamoku, these two chiefs. And Kamehameha sends them to Maui to visit the Maui chief Kahekili and offer that king a white mica and a black mica stone. And basically telling him, choose war or choose peace. We don't have to do this fight. We don't have to do this battle. And true to his nature, Kahekili chooses the black mica. He chooses war. And so whenever we deal with problematic museums, we tell them that story and tell them, except we're offering you 2 black mica. We have no intentions of working. That was the young Hale Aloha. The older one, thank goodness, learned what Hedwin was talking about earlier, and that's diplomacy. So diplomacy came to me later in life when I was older, because I consider that diplomacy, offer them 2 black mica. And so now I'm teaching my students how to stay focused, how to make sure you have the support you need in your family, to make sure that you can stand in these spaces and be protected from that kaumaha that comes with realizing, because when you touch the iwi, you're connecting to their pain as well. And you gotta understand that. You gotta know how to ho'oku'u, how to release it so that it doesn't fester. One of our most important lessons. The other thing is, and I think it was Honor and Amber who talked about this, is the revelation that when we were doing repatriations, it wasn't just our humanity that was being restored. It was the humanity of the folks at the museum. Then we started realizing that these museum officials, even though they weren't the ones that did the dirty deed, they're the ones carrying it, now. And that there was a real need for them to release as well. Initially, we didn't like doing handover ceremonies because we don't like to do ceremonies with them, period. Now we recognize how important it is for humanity in general that we both share in that release. And I agree, the Germans are now, in my mind, like on the forefront. So I absolutely agree with Amber. You got to strike when the iron is hot, because they could easily change their political view and this could all shut down. But right now, they want to publicly acknowledge their colonial actions, and they want to decolonize and rehumanize. The first time I heard that word, rehumanize, which is so critically important. And I think to myself, the brilliance of our kupuna to know that our ability to bring them home was going to even help the people who did it, or at least are responsible for them now, to allow them to heal as well. I want to thank Honor. Back in the day, she, I think it was around 2014 or 15, she approached me to write, to co-author an article with her on our reactions to the new National Museum repatriation policies in Germany. And after I read it, I called her up and I was like, hell no, I ain't writing. This was horrible. And besides, we've been involved with this museum in Dresden for 20, I don't know how many years, 20 plus years. And they won't repatriate to us. They won't share information. They're basically tell us to get lost. It ain't happening. And Honor told me, that is exactly why you're going to co-author this article with me. That's exactly why. That's not the reason to disengage. It's the reason to educate, uplift understanding. And I was like, huh. So we did. We wrote our article in which I described Dresden officials as intellectual savages. Well, then we got contacted by a curator, a senior curator at the Dresden Museum, who wished to initiate consultation with us for the purposes of completing the repatriation. That at that time, the decision-making was occurring at the governmental level above that of the museum, and that was the negative reaction we were getting. That our claim hadn't trickled down to the museum itself. Once it did, through that article, they asked us to do a repatriation. And during the break, we were showing a video that they produced of the handover ceremony. That was our first. So I want to thank Honor for encouraging me to, calm down, stay focused, keep your eye on the prize. And it worked out. Our kupuna came home. Your closing statements, please, before I do my thank yous.
Okay, sorry everybody, I've got really bad reception here for some reason. But just quickly, thank you all for inviting me to share some of my experiences. And, I support all of our other speakers today who, are dear friends and colleagues. I guess final statements would be, let's continue to talk and share our experiences. And, for those who are interested in this work, it can take many forms, whether it's physically going over and bringing your ancestors home, whether it's undertaking research, whether it's enacting change in other ways, helping to change laws and policies, or even just vocally supporting the movement in general. I think we need to keep this going, and it's important that we provide these opportunities for our future generations. So thank you.
Mahalo nui. Mahalo. With that, I wanted to thank Mana and Kalihua Kateres for stepping up to the plate. These are my leading students in demonstrating how a healthy relationship can support the heaviness of the work that we do in repatriation. I want to thank Kamakana Ferreira and Kai Markel at Office Point Affairs for all their good work, despite the awkward leadership they have there, and for all their good work in supporting repatriation. I want to thank Andre Perez and Camille Kalama and Ko'ihonoa and their support, because shucks, I wish our government would give us $500,000 a year to promote repatriation. We do it grant by grant or credit card by credit card, however we can to pay for our ability to travel and bring them home. I want to thank Sean and Kehal Abad. Sean for all the work he's helped us to do in transportation issues are so critical and so complex, especially when items are treated with hazardous materials. And to thank him for just educating us on how that process works, so we're able to bring home our kupuna despite their being treated with hazardous materials. I want to thank Kehal for allowing Kanaiokana to provide us the vehicle, the advanced Zoom technology and training for Kalena, so we can pull this off. Initially, we're going to try to do it on a regular Zoom. I mean, we just had no clue on how to do it, and thank goodness they stepped in to help us. I also want to thank Kaipo at Kanaiokana, Keola Chan, Executive Director of Ahakane, which is a men's organization to improve Hawaiian male health and clearer understanding of kuleana responsibility. And Kananiola Kihoi for supporting us in making sure we're complying with our grant and doing the things we're supposed to do so that we can continue doing our good work. And with that, mahalo everyone for just an incredible day of information sharing. We're going to do this 2 more times, this time next year and this time 2 years from now. And I'm hoping by that time, someone else will be sitting in my place, preferably that would be Kamakana Ferreira, and conducting these presentations, because that kuleana, that information, that expertise has been successfully transferred to the next guys. So mahalo nui, and for all who are on the call, mahalo nui for caring enough to understand that we all are responsible for our kupuna, not just hui vikua mo'o, not just hui malama, and thank you for stepping up to the plate. So mahalo nui, aloha, and everyone, please, malam pono, please take care.